Shoddy like a melody in my head. I don't know the rest of the words, but that song title, as well as the hook from that song, has just kind of been like in my brain, and I have no idea why. Hello? Why am I dead? Hello? Hello? There we are. I was like scared for a second. I was banished to the Shadow Realm without my consent or knowledge. Hello, Drake and Coid. And Monk. And DP, and I think I saw Maddie earlier. Though I don't see her now. She abandoned me. No more gruel for you! Dead. Hey, Athea. Oh, there you are. Okay, you get your gruel. Never mind. Is it really banishing if you consent to it? So I think if you are banished, that implies that you were just sent to a different location. You can still consent to it. Similarly, I believe you can consent to being exiled. However, being exiled is very much something where you're probably not consenting. You're probably just being launched off into a foreign land because you upset your lord. However, maybe you believe, oh, my punishment should be exile because of this grave deed I did. In which case, I would say you are a consenting exilee. Or if your choices are death or exile, you wouldn't be a consenting exilee because that would be a decision made under duress. So it still would be a quote-unquote choice you made. Hello, CJ. No soup. No, Drake, I didn't say no soup for you. I said no gruel for you. Everyone gets soup. We had a whole arc about this. We had a whole like war in the comment section, and turns out everyone is entitled to soup regardless of their class, regardless of their creed, regardless of their ideology. All shall be souped except on YouTube, which I have thought it would be very funny because Twitch chat is so chaotic and YouTube streams tend to be chaotic. Twitch chat tends to be chaotic. What if I multi-streamed? What if I multi-streamed and we called all the YouTube viewers cowards because they're too scared to get shot? So we multi-stream, so if you don't want to deal with the nonsense of like Purge the Week, you can just watch on YouTube, but we will brand you a coward and you will not be allotted the respect that those fighting in the front lines of Twitch chat are allotted. Multi-stream. I mean, it would help in terms of like archiving, I will say. I would not have to have a separate VODs channel that I upload all of my stuff to. Went on temporary exile to a result with full pay. That sounds like a full paid vacation, which sounds pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. No more gruel, but what will be used to fluff up the pancake batter? Okay, so I learned from a meme, which is not a safe for work meme, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I learned that a fluffer is a term for an NSFW job, right? So I'm making rice. It all comes back to rice. I'm making rice and we're in a rice cooker. Oh my gosh, it's already time. It's been like 10 minutes. It's been under 10 minutes. I don't even think it's been 10 minutes. However, I was making rice. Get MS Paint up. Who comes up with these things? I don't know. I didn't come up with it. All I know is that it is a thing. So I'm cooking rice in a rice cooker, right? It's like a little, like the rice, like. Right. So the rice is cooking. And once you cook the rice, there's just this giant brick of rice in here. And personally, when it's fresh rice, this is one of my favorite things, is to just take out a big chunk of sticky rice and just, you know, I just love taking a giant, like fist-sized chunk of sticky rice and just like chewing on it and like trying to eat it as if it were a jelly donut, so to speak, or an onigiri if you want to be lame and culturally accurate. Just a rice ball. Do I rinse my rice? Of course I do. But it all sticks together. So what you have to do is you have to take your rice paddle and you basically have to like break it up. You have to like stab into it a bunch of times. You have to pew, 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 pew. And then you like shift it around, and then suddenly you have a bunch of unstuck, but still warm and fresh sticky rice that you can very easily grab a small clump. You can grab more. You can have it in a bowl, on a plate, whatever. My roommate informed me that it's called fluffing your rice. And because I inherently enjoy having big bricks, I said, I ain't no fluffer. And my roommate was very confused. And then I had to explain to them that I learned via a meme that dealt with NSFW topics that a fluffer is a position in the adult entertainment industry where someone who is off camera keeps the talents engaged when they're setting up like the next shot, so to speak, right? It is a situation where a fluffer is someone who in the adult entertainment industry is someone who ensures that the talents, the actors, will be good to go from one scene to the next, despite the fact it might be a couple minutes of like, okay, we got to fix the lighting, we got to fix sound, because like, in case you forgot, anything like in the adult entertainment industry is a production. That means you have deadlines. That means you have codes of conduct. That means that you have lighting issues. You have personnel on site whose entire job is to make things go smoothly. You have transitions from one point to another. You have actually, wait, I think we can get a good shot here. Can we just like roll that back like 10 seconds and like get in position? Like that's the sort of thing that you have to worry about in that sort of environment. So naturally, if you have downtime, your actors are not going to be engaged. So they need to be engaged in that like 3 to 7 minute interval. I unhinged my jaw and fists rice. Nope. Imagine eating your rice. What a crazy idea. So I actually didn't know you're supposed to rinse your rice for the longest time. Obviously, like I've known for years at this point, but for the longest time, I didn't know you had to rinse your rice. I just thought it was just kind of like a skill issue whenever it got like starchy. No, you're supposed to rinse it. And not just like, okay, here's my pot. Right? Okay, let's put some water in and then splash it out and then we're good. No, it's like I spend like 10 straight minutes of, okay, let me fill this up. Let me swish it around. Let me mess with the rice. Let me pour it out, drain it, make sure I don't get like lose too much rice. And then I have to fill it back up and you have to keep going until the water is clear. It's not that you just keep like you just do it a couple of times. It's you keep going until the water's clear. And at least the rice I get, we get like big like 10 to 15 pound, which I believe is like 7 kilo. Believe it's around 7 kilo. Maybe it's like 5 kilo of rice at a time. So I don't know if it's because it's like bought in bulk. I don't know if it's because it's cheap. I don't know if it's like the specific brand that we get, but generally speaking, it's super starchy. So we have to spend like 10 minutes rinsing it. Nothing like a 20, 40 pound burlap sack. So it's not in a burlap sack. However, it is like a big bulk thing because rice is so good, bro. 1 kilo is just over 2. See, I thought 1 kilo was about 2 pounds. I think it's like 2.3 or something. So it might be like 5.6 kilos, I'll say. That means it's good rice. 2.2. Oh, I was 0.1 off. Nice. Once you were making rice with a friend and had to make sure it's jumped and popped on a pan it's not supposed to. What does that mean? Are you like pop and locking as you're making your rice? I cannot pop and lock, which I'm very disappointed by. Not because I've tried and failed, but purely because anytime I've seen someone pop and lock, I've been like, I respect that. Which, fun fact, popping and locking are two separate dance styles that have been fused, but are distinct. So if you see anyone who claims that they can like pop and lock, ask them if they can pop or lock. And they'll probably be like, what? What about risotto? You don't always need to rinse. It depends on the dish. You don't need to rinse risotto rice. Well, I mean, risotto rice is also different because it's for a different purpose, right? Because generally speaking, if you have like a short grain, rice, i.e. sushi rice, that's going to be stickier. And also, it's probably going to be from Asia, or at the very least, it's like the core of the product is going to be from Asia, East Asia. So it's gonna end up being starchier because it needs to stick together, because it needs to last longer, because it's preservatives. Meanwhile, if you're getting like basmati rice, which is more like northern India, is more like South Asia, depending on where you are in the world, that may or may not be closer, right? I actually don't know if the starchiness of rice is something where it's related to how much travel it has to do, but hey. Nelly G from LA by Night is a dancer and knows how to pop and lock Ira. Wait, I forget her last name. Cynthia. Is it Cynthia Marie? Also knows a lot about astrophysics. Okay, I'm going to rant about LA by Night real quick. But before I do that, I'm going to... Oh, wait, why is it on top chat? Dumb idiot. So sorry if I've been missing your messages. YouTube puts me on top chat, and everyone above your chat where it says top chat with a little arrow going down, make sure to click that, go live chat. Top chat just shows you a selection of messages for no reason, but not all of them. Live chat is what gives you everything. Let me start a Q&A. Or drop your questions here. No, we are not discussing what happened January 17th, 1998. Okay, so if you want, you can provide questions into the Q&A section. What I like to do on YouTube is, because I have this Q&A section feature, I just throw that up, and then throughout the stream, if there's ever a lull, if there's ever a time that I can shift away from the current conversation, I like to just delve into the Q&A. Feel free to ask about me, or TTRPGs, or what games I've been running, or what movies I've been watching, or what my thoughts on the Persona 4 Revival game is. Or just like advice. Provide me like, hey, I had this situation with my players, and I want your input on what I should have done. Like, that's what all of that is there for. I'm not super picky about it. Bottom chatters only. Listen, I've learned like 2/3 to 3/4 of my community is bottoms, and I've made this very clear. I've been upfront about this. I would rather be surrounded by bottoms than by tops. Now, this sounds counterintuitive, but hear me out. With being surrounded by tops, I am going to be treated as a bottom. And I'm going to be surrounded by people who think they have Riz. They don't. However, if I'm surrounded by bottoms, not only does that imply I'm a top, that also means that all of you are too nervous to actually make a move. Ergo, I don't have to deal with creepy weirdos by and large. Post that I made yesterday aside. So it is very silly to me that just like, broadly speaking, I bottom shame here quite regularly. I sub shame as well, because I think it's funny, not because there's actually anything wrong with it. But that does imply that I attract bottoms as like a pedestal of being a top, of being dom, which I find very funny. Or maybe I'm reading too far into it, and it's just TTRPG players are pathetic. That might be it. Which in that case, I'm not going to throw stones in glass houses. I'm not going to sit here and like condemn y'all while I myself am nothing but a fool. No, Maddie, I'm using them so I'm using bottom and top interchangeably with sub and dom explicitly because it is funny. For comedic effect, much like in a piece of satire, what the truth is less important than what is narratively satisfying. There's an art to this. I understand functionally that there's a difference between these two. However, if I tease you and I equate one with being the other, then that therefore means it leads to more comedic moments. I'm thinking 3 steps ahead. Well, yeah, obviously bottoms can be creepy too. Like, by and large, like unironically, from what I have seen, and this is not, this is completely anecdotal. This is not a statement on anyone. I have found, broadly speaking, that if you are more of like a dominant, assertive person, you are probably less likely to be creepy. It's when you are not dominant and or assertive. It is when you are more passive. It is when you want someone to treat you like that. That's when you end up being creepy. Explicitly because you're pushing that on someone else. There are plenty of people who are like, hey, baby girl, fuck boy face, like F-boy face. But that isn't like something I've seen a lot in comment sections, right? Or at least not my comment sections. Broadly speaking, it's mostly like people pushing the idea of their idealized partner on someone else, which I feel like oftentimes is if you're taking more of a passive role, you want to push a more active role on someone else. And that's like unironically something I have seen quite often, not in my community per se. I mean, a little bit in my community, which is why I made the post yesterday, but just in various communities, it's almost always people like calling a streamer like mommy or daddy, or like saying step on me, or like pushing their fantasy on someone they admire, which is just so weird to me. Like, I don't know if you could catch me doing that to someone that I was like actually close to, let alone a parasocial relationship. Like, I don't know if you could catch me doing that. Like, if I know someone and I'm close with them and they hit me with that love confession, I don't think I would be able to do that to someone who has expressly been like, hey, I can rock your world. Just tell me what you want. You know, like, I don't even think I could do that. And yet there are people here who have the audacity to just run around and like assign that to anyone that they interact with, even digitally. If we were empathetic, why would we pretend to be elves in fantasy worlds? True. Being surrounded by bottoms is the default state. I think most folks, do enjoy being a pillow princess. Okay, so the community name, for those of you who don't know, is the Arrow Kissers, voted by chat, by the Arrow Kissers themselves. Would you like to rebrand to the Pillow Princesses? This is a one-time opportunity. You're not going to get it again. I have too much social anxiety for someone living in a world people think that's totally normal. That's the thing. A good thing to remember, and this is something that you should always remember, no one is normal. Some people's weirdness is just more socially acceptable than others. Have you ever seen someone who's weirdly obsessed, generally, have you ever seen a guy who's weirdly obsessed with sports? Have you ever seen a woman who's weirdly obsessed with fashion or makeup? Neither of those are normal. It's just expected that men love sports and women love fashion. So because they're weird in a way that society has not quite normalized, but doesn't hold a stigma against, they get treated as if they're normal. But they're just as weird as anyone else. It's just instead of wanting to dress up like a Viking in a D&D game, they want to dress up like a Viking in a stadium. Right? I am weirdly obsessed with makeup, special effects makeup. Special effects makeup is so goated. And I assume you love Alex Ward from LA by Night. I was going to talk about LA by Night earlier. I don't even know what I was going to say. I was just going to rant about it because I love it. Not Alex Ward. I love LA by Night. Like, I do think Alex Ward is really cool, but I don't claim to love him because I don't know him. I'm sorry, Alex Ward. If you see this, Alex Ward, congrats on Project Ghostlight. That's my main takeaway. I'm so happy that the crew is continuing to work together. Dressing like a Viking IRL, not a sports game, is a different red flag. Disagree. If someone has the confidence to dress as a Viking, I would say that's like an orange flag at worst. Oh, actually, fun fact. So I'm like the relationship guru for my friends. As you might have expected, the fact that I never stop yapping, the fact that I, broadly speaking, I think a lot of people think I have a good head on my shoulders. When I talk to my friends and come to me with their problems, I, particularly for relationships, have different colors of flags I use. So obviously, like, green flag is good. However, red flag isn't bad. We have yellow. We have orange. And then we have red. Yellow. So this is good. Yellow is like, watch out. Orange is they need to fix it or you need to leave. And then red is run. So something like, I don't know. Personally, I think if you are interacting with someone who is broadly nice, but they are rude to waitstaff, I would not say that's a red flag. I would say that's an orange flag, right? They need to fix that behavior. You can talk to them and they need to fix that behavior, but you don't need to like bounce instantly. That is something where if they are incredibly upset every time you go more than 24 hours without texting them, that's an orange flag. That's not a red flag. That is, yo, have a conversation. Tell them, hey, I still care about you. I still love you. I still, whatever my feelings are towards you. I need my space and I have my own schedule. I can't text you all the time. Chill. And then if they fix that, then that orange flag will go to a green flag because it'll be fine. They talk about it. It's if they like are actively trying to force you to change your opinion on things. That's a red flag. If they are violent, that's a red flag. If they, honestly, like if they make like really weird comments about their family, like in a Freudian sort of sense, that is like a red flag. Those are the sorts of things where you can't, that's not your responsibility to fix that. Leave. An orange flag is when you can talk about it, give them a chance, but don't put up with it for long. Is there an ultraviolet flag? No, this is not paranoia. You recommend reading Dick Smith's makeup book? I have no idea who that is. Who is Dick Smith? Dick Gumshoe? Dick Smith makeup. Oh, special effects. Pog. Nicknamed the Godfather of Makeup. Little Big Man, The Godfather, The Exorcist, Taxi Driver, Scare. Okay, so he was like the guy for the latter half of the 20th century. Understood. Okay, so if they're constantly talking about seizing the means of production and restoring the motherland to its former glory and they have a giant red flag hanging over their bed, I would say that's a mix, actually. Do I have this? I should have this. Please hold. Please hold. Do I have this? Yes. I would say that's actually more of a mix of a yellow flag and a red flag. See the example below. Sorry. I remembered that I had the Soviet flag, and then I remembered that I had the soy checkpoint. So, like, I knew what I had to do. Okay, so, real quick, you think Ultraviolet was a Clockwork Orange reference? I have not seen Clockwork Orange, and I don't know, I'm mixed on it. Like, there are a lot of classic movies I want to watch that I haven't seen. Godfather. Honestly, what was it? Not Edge Runner, not Cyberpunk. What's the one, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep movie? Blade Runner. Wow. Imagine someone doesn't know the name Blade Runner, but they know the book it's based off of. So, like, there are tons of movies I want to watch, right? I want to watch these movies, but that's just it. I want to watch these movies. There are other movies like Clockwork Orange, which I don't know if I want to watch it, and I do know that at least some of it I would not want to watch. Like the Singing in the Rain scene, like that's something where I was like, that is not something I want to watch. And I also don't really like skipping portions in movies. So it's something where I don't really know how I feel about Clockwork Orange. I know the big like twist at the end. I know the whole like, oh no, you get Clockwork Orange where it's like you're forced to like go through mind control, blah, 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 blah. So I know all of that. So I'm not gonna like, I don't know how much I'm missing out on, despite the fact it is a Kubrick film, which means it's going to be high quality, which a reminder for any of you who are like, oh, Kubrick films are so good. Kubrick was an amazing director. Kubrick may have been a savant. He was also a perfectionist who got to the point where no one was allowed to tell him no. Sorry. He got to the point where no one was allowed to tell him no. And so he would abuse his workers. Just straight up. Like, he would force them to redo the same scene, same take, hundreds of times, unironically hundreds of times, yell at them if they got it wrong, basically force them to do as he wanted. And the end product came out as you would expect. Really, really good. But that's not how you should like strive to emulate, because that's what happens when a perfectionist goes off the deep end. And yeah, his legacy is one of cinematic masterpiece after cinematic masterpiece, but also think about how much damage he inflicted on the people he worked with, the amount of time and energy he wasted, and the other amazing stories he could have told had he spent 2/3 the time on each project. Not even half as much time, just 2/3 as much time. Yeah, he treated actors like complete garbage. He was emotionally or I believe verbally abusive to them. He would basically like push for them to either like skip or not like spend much time on any of like the union mandated breaks. Kubrick was awful to everyone he worked with because he thought the ends justify the means. I'm a perfectionist. This needs to be perfect. And a lot of people are just like, yeah, it was perfect. You're justified. And no, he wasn't. Why are there 2 giant Ewoks? This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. No one man should have all the power. I mean, the power of a director is the power of someone who is like the creative lead and also the logistical manager. From my understanding, if anyone in chat has more information, correct me, the director is basically the boss on set. The producer is the boss offset. Right? The director is the one who takes care of the actors and the lights and the scene transitions and the agenda and all of that stuff. The producer is the one that says, okay, what movie theaters are we working with? What studio are we representing? How can we get locations set up? Like, that's my understanding of it. And a lot of people act like he's the only reason any of the movies he's directed are good, completely ignoring all the effort put in by the rest of the team, like Hideo Kojima. I have not played a Kojima game, so I can't comment, unfortunately. I do have Death Stranding. I have been interested in Death Stranding. As well as the Metal Gear series. I want to play the Metal Gear series at some point. It's just a matter of, well, I have other stuff to do. Like, so right now, I just finished Armored Core 6. I'm gonna play New Game Plus. I don't know if I need to play it multiple times or not, but I do want to play New Game Plus because I can just like get through it in like 2 streams. Before then, though, I want to play a different game. And it might be Frostpunk. It might just be Dwarf Fortress. I think... Let me double check this. No, that's June 18th. If any of you remember The Gangsters, that vegetable like Slay the Spire style game, that's the game that's coming out soon. And I've been talking with the devs, and the devs are like, hey, we'd love for you to play it some more if you want. And then I'm like, say less. Just please remove that banana from the game. So I could play that. Also, I think that they're a Espanol dev, because the title of the game has the the title of the subject of the email that they sent me has like the, I actually don't know the proper term, the exclamation point upside down in the front. And also they gave keys out in the demo to Spanish speaking content creators. So apparently they just found me completely accidentally, despite the fact that I'm English speaking, and like, hey, I ain't gonna say no. They're cool. Yeah, Subcutie was a fun game. The fact that my highest viewed short, I think is only there because I open it by going, Subcutie. And like, apparently chat melted, or apparently the comments melted in response to that. I don't get that. I don't see that. I don't know why people went so crazy about that. Did they agree to remove the banana? No. Yeah, so with Kojima, I have no idea how involved he is in the games. I do know that anytime there is a project that really has more than like a handful of people, saying that all or most of the effort should go to one person is foolish at best and actively malicious at worst. Because have you ever worked on a group project, maybe in school, or you, for work, have to work with multiple individuals? If you have, let's call it 5 people, sure. Maybe one person does like 60% of the work, another person does like 30% of the work, another person does 10% of the work, and then 2 people just do nothing, right? Even that, I feel it would be unfair to say this person did everything. Maybe it would be fair to say this person contributed the most. This person was the largest contributor. They deserve more credit than other individuals. But broadly speaking, I feel as though even this situation is not one where you're probably going to say this is the only person that did anything. What about these 2 people? Now extend that out. Instead of 5 people, you have 50 or 500. Oops, 50 or 500. And to say like, oh, this one person who did like 1% where everyone else did 99%. Obviously, they were the creative mastermind that made this thing come together. Which I think a little bit of it is shorthand, I will say. Like, if you yell at Kojima Which, right, it's who's the FromSoft guy? Is it Miyazaki? Miyazaki, and like you yell at Miyazaki about the Poison Swamp. Like a little bit of it is just like putting a face to a company. A little bit of it is putting a face that you can interface with, to a otherwise indistinct entity and collective. But that does come with, if I worked as, I don't know, the chief VA manager, and in a project that had like 20 VAs, and of these 20 VAs, let's say like one got like a video game award for like best voice actor of the year, and like 4 are broadly considered like, oh my gosh, these were like stellar, like S tier performances, and then like the other 15 were all like solid. Like whoever is the director of the game would get all of the credit for that. And then there would be a pushback where it's like, no, it's not Kojima, it's not Miyazaki who did all this. It was these actors. Let's give credit to the actors. And then just kind of the person who was actually in charge of them gets shafted. Not to mention the individual mixers and sound engineers and voice managers for those talents, which that's not to say don't reward the talents, because the talents do deserve the credit. And also the person in charge of the project deserves credit. But there's a very quick habit that people hit where if they see a name associated with something, they just give all the credit to that name. They also assign all the blame to that name, which is a double-edged sword. Following Kojima on socials is interesting because he'll post hanging out with famous actors or singers and random yaoi featuring characters from his games. Hidetaka Miyazaki, yeah. Thanks, Todd Howard. Exactly. Todd Howard, fantastic example. There are 2 Miyazakis. One hates the Beatles. The other likes Boggs, probably. Wow. All right. So in the Q&A, what happened January 18th, 1998? Don't worry about it. Is the green jacket a toggle? So it's not a green jacket. It is a gold jacket. However, it is not a toggle. It is a separate outfit on the model. So if I just do this real quick. Ta-da! Yay! Like I can just put it on whenever, and similarly with this, I also have gloves because when I take off the jacket, I also take off my gloves. But I am planning, and this might be a bad idea. This might be something. Sorry, I had to sneeze. This might be something that I will regret, but my plan is that once summer is fully here, and probably during my affiliate anniversary over on Twitch, which is in like, I think it's end of July. I think it's like a month and a half. I plan on revealing the swimsuit outfit because I think it'd be funny. So I do encourage folks. I think it would be fun to have a little art contest of just like, what do you think it will look like? I have described it. I have drawn the broad scope of it. However, I am curious what people conceptualize it to be, because I already got one person who like drew their idea of it, and it was pretty close. I'm not gonna lie, but it looks like it. I think it will be fun to have like a little like beachwear outfit. What are my thoughts on SIMP from Phineas and Ferb? I think squirrels in my pants got culturally appropriated by simps. I think we need to push back against these simps, push back against the squirrels that are in their pants, and take back the Holy Land, so to speak. What are my thoughts on the Kane RPG system? Planning to run it with mates after a long time not playing games. So I don't know if you've seen the various shorts I've made on Kane. I've talked about it at length. I've talked about it quite a bit. I have made content on it. Broadly speaking, I think Kane is super interesting, but I have 2 caveats with it. I also have clothes that I do. Swimsuit reveal in later half of July. You don't like swimsuits? So it's not a swimsuit, it's beachwear, right? Strictly speaking, it is what you would wear to the beach. Full old-timey scuba diver suit. That would be so funny. I will say that would, like with a little air tube just trailing up to the top of screen. Divine Agony is the coolest player mechanic ever. Yes, I made a whole short about it. And actually, one of my upcoming shorts, or one of my upcoming videos that I want to make, I have two in mind. One is Kane, one is Wild Sea, and I want your thoughts on which one you would prefer first. A Wild Sea video talking about the languages, and a Kane video talking about the agendas. Because, like, I want to make a video talking about the sins, but I also feel anything I could make, it would be reasonable to say, just look at the Zactac video and have fun, right? Because maybe I'm in my own head too much. I recognize that Zactac, amazing YouTube channel, honestly, banger after banger. I'm talking about a lot of the same stuff that he does because he has inspired me in a lot of ways. Same thing with Burger Krieg, like various and like MCDM, various TTRPG channels inspire me. So I want to talk about the same games that they talk about, but I want to talk about it in a different way. So I don't want to just like make the same content someone else does. I think that not only is that disrespectful, I also think I would have an inferior product personally. So I don't want to just rehash something someone else did. But I think it would be fun in Kane to talk about the agendas and how that can influence your game. And basically just like go through the list, talk about them, what they do, what they represent, how they're narratively interesting. And then with Wild Sea, I want to talk about the different languages and not just like who speaks them, but also what's the culture behind them. Like how with Brass Tongue, which is the language of machines, it's basically just like binary but fancy. Who uses Brass Tongue the most in Wild Sea? And I'll give you a hint. It's not machines. The language of machines kind of got co-opted by a different cast of people. And that cast of people is merchants and artisans and traders. Because if I'm going to communicate with you, I'm in port 1, you're in port 2, and it will take 2 months to get from port 1 to port 2. I want to make sure you and I have a very clear understanding of this is going to take X days. This is going to cost Y dollars. You are going to get Z units. I don't want there to be any ambiguity here. I want this to be as clear cut as possible so if something goes wrong, one of us can be held responsible. So using the language of machines, which eschews ambiguity almost entirely, is almost an entirely, I believe that they're like direct and inferential languages. So like English is a fairly direct language. You're going to say what you mean pretty explicitly. Whereas something like Japanese is I think it's explicit, implicit languages, where English is rather explicit, and then Japanese is very implicit. How you say something and what you don't say is as important, if not more important, than the physical words you say. So it's something where you have to pick up on subtext way more. Brass Tongue is an entirely explicit language. Not in the, it's just like beeps because it's being censored, but in the sense that it is a language where you are either getting a yes or a no, there is no maybe. Right? This is probably not true, but I think it would be a very interesting like tagline of Brass Tongue to say the language where maybe doesn't exist. Right? Like, I don't know if that's true. I think that would be really cool if that was true. Like, there is no language regarding ambiguity because Brass Tongue treats everything as a certainty or a probability. Call the Mechanicum in Wild Sea. Languages would be really interesting, even though I'm a sucker for more Kane content. See, that's the thing. I have a couple different audiences in my community. I have the D&D holdouts who really love like making a mega dungeon. I have Lancer fans who just want me to talk more Lancer. as well as like Gundam and AC6. I have like 4 Kane fans, and these 4 Kane fans like die every time I release content that isn't Kane. And then I think I'm now starting to get some Wild Sea fans. I didn't realize y'all existed. I'm sorry. Same with the Kane fans. Which like I don't want to say I hyperfixated on it. I definitely was in a Kane mood. I was making a lot of Kane content, and it was not performing as well as my D&D and Lancer content. So I stopped making it. Just full stop. Like, I was not getting the views to justify continuing to make Kane content. I think now I'm at the point where if I have a rotation, if once every 2 weeks I make a Kane video, if once every month I make a Wild Sea video, if I keep my Lancer and my D&D weeklies, then I can more reasonably do stuff like, oh, let me talk about Kane. Let me talk about in a main video. And honestly, so I was talking to a friend who's in content creation, Rory. I'll just dox him for a second. I was talking with Rory, and he mentioned a strategy that I found very interesting, which is do videos you love, do shorts for the algorithm. And that's basically something he mentioned to me. And then I was like, that actually sounds so smart. Because what I've been doing is I've been trying to do shorts and videos, both of which will capitalize off the algorithm that will continue forward. I obviously love TTRPGs. I love Lancer. I love D&D. I love Kane. But videos do not perform as well as shorts because shorts get pushed more. Just the way YouTube works nowadays, shorts will get pushed more and farther. And if you have a constant supply of shorts, you will get a constant supply of growth. That's what I found. Videos take more time, require more investment from the watcher, generally have shorter reach, but have a longer lifespan. So I think what I might do is I might just like say, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to talk about Kane. I'm just going to do a like 20-minute deep dive into Kane and Kane's lore and just be like, hey, I'm just going to chat about it. It doesn't matter if this does well. I'm not going to have a set schedule for videos. I'm just going to do like 1 video a month, maybe. Eat my shorts. You can't do shorts you enjoy. That's the rules. That is true. I have not. No, that would be. I'm not going to joke about that because then people might think I'm serious. I was going to joke about like, oh, I haven't enjoyed content creation in years now. But like, no, I love it. Unironically, this gives me so much energy. This gives me so much life. This gives me so much joy. And almost entirely, that is because of you. Whether you are watching now, in the past, or in the present. Hi, VOD watchers. You inspire me. You make this worth it. You make me want to continue making content. And as kind of cheesy and parasocial and stupid as that sounds, it's true. In the same way that if you're an author, or a musician, or a basketball player, and you see fans, or viewers, or readers, or listeners who are just like, hey, keep doing this. You will be like, whoa. Right? Hi, VOD watchers. I'm in your walls. Isn't Kane's lore very open-ended and on purpose at that to make it easier for people to make their worlds more unique? So the thing with Kane's world building, it's very, imagine someone did the SCP Foundation, but only one person made it. Right? It is the fingerprints of a single individual can be felt on everything. It is consistent. It is the same vibe. It is the same ballpark of content and ideas. But everything is presented in a way that says, this is not canon. The only thing that is canon is what is mechanically required for the rules, and even then change it if you want. For instance, in Games for Freaks, the issue 1, the supplement that includes rules for Cain. The virtues are not gendered. Mr. Bloom uses gender-neutral pronouns for all of the virtues, and he says outright, I have ideas for what the genders, personalities, backgrounds of these virtues are, but I want to leave it open for you in your game. So he gives them baseline personalities, he gives them baseline backstories, but fundamentally doesn't go too deep, says change it if you want, and despite the fact that Charity depicts two feminine individuals, they are referred, I mean, they're a bad example because they're they use they them pronouns not because they are non-binary, but because they are literally two people. Faith, for instance, very like femme-coded, like wears a nun's habit kind of deal, wears feminine clothing. I would say has more traditionally feminine interests. The art looks femme presenting. Gender neutral pronouns. If you want your faith to be male or masculine or non-binary, that all works. If you want your faith to look different, you can. Doesn't matter. And that's something that I appreciate. I always struggle, and that's why in making Mega Dungeon, at least for a while, I didn't gender NPCs. I didn't name them. I didn't really like give them much personality, despite the fact I personally had ideas for that. And what I found is that people don't want, in my experience, people don't want that. People want, here's a fully developed NPC that I can just take and use. People want, here is their name, their class, their pronouns, 2 sentences of backstory, 2 sentences of their personality. All right, cool. Now I have a character I can run. I have a character I can use. If they have if they want vengeance against another creature in a different room, I want to know that. I don't want to have to come up with that on my own. And so I've adapted. I've kind of started doing that. And that's why I kind of did that in the Making Mega Dungeon Count Islov's Retreat Floor 1 compilation room. I think you can easily suggest that the virtues are beyond gender. They're practically on the level of minor deities. I mean, that's the things where, personally, I am, and this is colored by my worldview, I am of the belief pronouns don't really matter in terms of their specification of gender. Obviously, if someone has a preference, you should go with that because they deserve the dignity that you would ascribe to an individual. But I think inherently, there is no benefit to distinguishing between he and she outside of the fringe case of you are referring to both someone who is a he and to someone who is a she. So therefore, in conversation referring to them, he did this, she did that. It is clear that person A did this while person B did that, right? That's really the only use case for differentiating pronouns. So you could go that route, but also you could go the route of they've been called he for the last 300 years because the thing with virtues is they're given diets that help them live longer. They're given drugs that expand their lifespan. They're put in cryo sleep so that they're just kind of extend their lifespan as long as possible. So if they've been called Justice is a he for the last 300 years, that's probably all they really care about, right? They're probably, even if they don't feel masculine, even if they are agender, so to speak, even if they're beyond gender, they'll probably just wouldn't care because they're so normalized to being he, him, right? Some people call me a space cowboy. One thing I could mention is when I asked about forms of sins, as in, are they set in stone or can they change as the sin evolves? Turns out, depends on what you want. Same deal for more stuff. It's very helpful how elastic game can be at times with more quirky and gimmicky scenarios, characters, interactions, and so on. So that's why I like the idea of a metamorphosis. How do I spell metamorphosis? Metamorphosis? Basically, or is it phosis? I've come up with the idea, and I think that other people have come up with this as well. This is by no means unique or special, but just the idea that certain sins occasionally will undergo a change or have some sort of weirdness that blurs the line of what one sin is and what the other one is. The 3 examples that I've given is that a single palace has 2 different sins from the same individual. So someone has both an ogre and an idol because they both want to hide from the world while also having the world love them. And it's both sins are weaker versions than what they would have been. And they are jockeying for control of the psychology of the host. Then over here would be a situation where there are multiple sins from multiple hosts, whether there's 2 palaces right next to each other, or there is a single palace that involves like 4 people's sins all living together, or 4 hosts all develop a single massive sin. Like, this is some weirdness of blurring the lines of one host, one sin, right? And then over here is a single sin that part of the way through the hunt changes. It starts as an ogre because it wants to hide from the world, but as the psychology of its host evolves, as the trauma and response to the trauma of the host changes, it realizes it doesn't want to hide from the world. It wants to hurt the world. It wants to destroy the world. It wants to bring down the systems that brought it to where it is, and suddenly it becomes a centipede, right? And this is all stuff that fits the world of Cain, but is not supported in the rules. This one is. There are rules for if 2 sins are present on a hunt, but it is expected that they share a palace, and I believe it only is if there are 2 hosts. So it's 2 different hosts manifested 2 different sins forced into the same palace. You don't like categories? Categories is in like cat 1 through 7, or categories is in like ogre, idol, that. I met a woman who has more enemies than I do. I met a morphosis. Hey, if it helps with spelling, ogre, idol. I mean, I understand why they do that mechanically, but I think it does remove the mystique. Because I will say, from my understanding, again, I have not had the chance to run Cain, which I'm very sad about because I want to run it and I have people in my life. I'm currently running a Werewolf of the Apocalypse game for my roommate. We just had a couple sessions. I've been talking about this for months. We have been playing on and off for months, basically once every like 2 weeks, basically, on average. We are about to wrap up story 1. Which, if you know World of Darkness, a story is basically like a story arc. We are about to wrap up story 1 because it's been like 15 sessions, and this is like what I thought we were going to hit after like 8 sessions, but that's just how it runs. I have not run Cain despite the fact that I want to, and I have friends who I was going to run Lancer with, and then Rory freaking reneged. But I wonder if I could run Cain. I wonder if I could run Cain with some other content creators. Anyway, when you launch on I was about to call it a sit rep. When you launch on a hunt, you are told this is a cat 4 idol. This is a cat 1 hound. I always try to use non-ogre sins as much as I can, because given by the fact that ogre is the first sin I saw, and it is the first one in the book, that's where my brain always goes as soon as I start thinking of sins. So I keep trying to be like, nope, I'm not just going to make everything an ogre. I'm not only going to talk about ogres, despite the fact that I talk about ogres all the time. So my understanding is you go in knowing the cat and the sin type, which is why I think it would be interesting of, okay, you're going in to fight a cat 2 centipede. Oh no, our intel was bad, or it evolved with a metamorphosis, and now it is a cat 3 lord. Now you have to mid-hunt change your hunt strategy and your investigation strategy. Ogre's the goon of the sins? No, I would say the toad is, because the toad literally has goons. Which, fun fact, in Kane, the system where you are psychic death soldiers by a shadow government fighting against humanity's sin, basically demons, the toad has goons. Well, rather, I did just say that. But it is not guaranteed that the sin will stay with the host. Oftentimes, the ogre is very attached to its host, but most of the other sins, even like the Lord or the idol, will, if they are type 1, i.e. not attached to their host, they'll just bounce. They'll just leave. They'll just go do their own thing somewhere else. So the host is trapped, or the host is catatonic. The host is catatonic. The host is in a state far away from the sin because the host is a weak link for the sin. But the sin needs the host much in the same way that the host is manifesting the sin. Goon does not equal goon boss. Well, no, because the toad is not a goon. The toad has goons. Like, all of the Cain sins have something called traces. Traces are basically minions. And the toad's traces are literally goons. They are individuals who the toad just pays money to. And they go, yeah, the boss is kind of like weird and goes ribbit sometimes, but he pays me, so I gotta put you in the ground. The boss said that you're bad for business, and we like to keep the cash flow ringing, so to speak. The boss said you're a bit of a scuba diver in your spare time. No, well, how about you start sleeping with the fishes? Right? Goon is box wine in Australia. So I've heard. Isn't it like a goon bag? This car used to fit like 15 goons in it, but we can't use that word no more. Which, as a reminder, Twitch audience, Twitch chat, you are my goons. Again, I did not come up with this. Twitch chat just took on the mantle of becoming goons, and I am your mob boss, and you will shoot each other as well as interlopers in my honor. And the fact y'all are so down, just be like, yeah, boss, whatever you say, boss. Let me take him out for you, boss. Like, it's just so funny. Everclear is a type 3 toad. Ooh, Disco Elysium characters in Kane would be fun. Actually, wait. Okay, so straight up, there's a channel called Burger Creek. And something he does is he makes videos, and he did this with not Hamilton, not Hamlet, Hannibal. He did this with Hannibal, and he did this with Lost, where he took them and like basically analyzed them from the perspective of the world of darkness. So, for instance, Hannibal the Cannibal, Hannibal Lecter, the show, he is a ghast, which is a type of changeling, which is a cannibal. In the show, Hannibal is a unseelie fae that feasts upon the flesh of humans to sate his like folkloric desire. And the way he gets glamour, the way he fuels himself, as all changelings do, is he makes, fosters, and supports serial killers, which is why he joined a special investigation unit as its specialist, but secretly is supporting the serial killers that he comes across. So it's the idea that he that fits multiple boxes. Hannibal is cannibal, so gas eats flesh. The reason why he's so fixated on serial killers is because he physically is energized and gets changeling magic from serial killers. In Lost, the island is in the underworld. That's why there's so many ghosts there. It used to be inhabited by werewolves or Garrow, but then mages came along and shunted them, which is why there's so much old world spiritualism on the island, despite the fact that most of the people there are modern. And there's a whole power struggle between an ancient mage and an ancient ascended death god that are each trying to bring people to the island for their own ends. And mind you, this is not canon. This is not how this works in any of these shows, but it's such a fun thought exercise. So what if I did the exact same thing, but for Disco Elysium? And I ran through and I was just like, hey, if Disco Elysium characters were in World of Darkness, or Disco Elysium characters were in Kane, what would they be? Everard Clare, I might dare say, go ahead and mention, he might be a type 2 toad, in that it is physically merged with him. That is why he is so, I mean, not to be dismissive, but comedically obese, in the idea that he is physically unable to walk because of his size, which is not something you can really get naturally. Yeah, ogres have shamblers, exactly. Traces is kind of dependent on what the sin is, I suppose. If I ran an idol or a lord's, traces would be controlled people. Meanwhile, with an ogre, it would be creatures. Yeah, and each sin has its own trace. So the idol is cultists, and oh my gosh, that sucks. The idol is cultists. And the idol actually has the most domains which revolve around buffing its cult. The Lord has guards because it's defending its kingdom. The Toad has, I think it's mercenaries. I'm going to call them goons because I think it's funny. The Ogre has shamblers, which are monsters. They're Resident Evil. They are Silent Hill. They are creatures out in the mist that if you get too close, they'll zombie attack you. The Centipede has zombies. Oh my gosh, my handwriting has tanked for whatever reason. I'm so sorry. The Centipede has its infected, which are basically zombies. Whether they're Last of Us or Walking Dead or World War Z, those are up to you. And then the Hound has Myrmidons, which are very, remind me, what is the, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of it. There is a deity or monster that I believe it's in Hindu mythology. Every time its blood hit the ground, it spawned a clone of itself or another, or a monster. So it was Kali who, in fighting it, would drink the blood droplets before they hit the ground to stop it from spawning. Basically like that. It's from the Hound's blood, Myrmidons form. The Raktabija, I wouldn't know. I just know that the name escapes me, but the story is something where I'm just this is very the Hound is very similar to that. Well, you are writing with a mouse, which is hard. It is hard. Shambler reminds you of Darkest Dungeon. Why? Oh, because of the Shambler alt cat meat. So the Shambler in Darkest Dungeon is closest in like appearance to the not shibboleth. I had the name. What? Shoggoth. In Lovecraftian literature, which I will remind you, if you ever see tentacles and eyes and mouths or whatever, that is not Lovecraftian. That is Lovecraftian inspired. To gaze upon a true Lovecraftian deity, to gaze upon a true old one, would itself drive you mad because it is imperceptible. The modern perception, the modern incarnation of Cthulhu, for instance, is just like a dude with like a squid head and wings. That is not what it was. Like that is the best way that the narrator of Call of Cthulhu could describe the statue that was depicting Cthulhu. But the core premise of Lovecraftian deities is to gaze upon them is to drive you insane, and they do not conform to our reality. So just slapping eyes and tentacles and mouths on something is like freaky nasty. And like some there, I might say, would look at it and say would or hear me out. But a Lovecraftian deity, it does not make. Moonlord. The Moonlord. Okay. I played Terraria for like 6-ish months at the end of last year to the start of this year with some friends on stream. And we eventually beat Moonlord. Moonlord was... I'm going to say something, okay? And you're not allowed to get mad at me. But actually, that's a lie. You're allowed to get mad at me. I did not have fun in late game Terraria. Like, once you hit hard mode, the game gets really tough. And it's interesting for a while. But then it just becomes busy work of, okay, now we need to get to this next section of progression before the Hallow gets... Like we need to complete the jungle temple, or like we need to fight Plantera before the Hallow gets to the jungle. And then after we do that, we have to instantly do the temple. And all the while we have to defend from like the pirate raid. And all of the while we have to like do all of these different things. There wasn't any sense of, hey, let's just chill and like play the game. It was always, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? Because there was always some sort of time limit, and or the enemies got so much health that it no longer became, how can I beat this? It was, how can I let my summons do all the damage for me? How can Neko outspeed it so that he can kill it with his mage abilities? How can Rory like get enough health regen that he can just tank it? Like, once you hit hard mode, I would say that there's like a couple hours of fun, and then it just becomes, okay, how quickly can you optimize? And maybe that's because that's just the way we were playing. Maybe that's just because that's the people I was playing with. But I don't know. I had significantly more fun playing pre-hard mode and at the turn of hard mode than I did the entire like last 15 hours. Look up the Moon Beast from D&D 3.5. That seems to be something properly Lovecraftian. Moon Beast 3.5. It's the CR16. Does it have a image? No, not Moon Beats. Moon Beast. Silly. Moon Beast. So is this what you're talking about? Because this is a little bit of what I'm saying, right? This is honestly, my hot take. If you want cosmic horror, unironically, look at old AI art. I'm not saying make AI art. I'm not saying anything that's made now where it's hard to distinguish between is it real, is it not real? I'm saying like the old school, like a year, 2 year, 3 years ago, like where AI had no clue what humans actually looked like. No, not with the unnatural amount of fingers. I'm saying AI handshake meme. I'm saying like this. Like old school. This just does not make sense. This is not how any of this should look. This is horrifying. Like, this is the sort of stuff you should take inspiration from. That's body horror, not cosmic horror. What is cosmic horror outside of body horror if you're gazing upon it? Cosmic horror is not tentacles and eyes and mouths. Cosmic horror is you're insignificant in the universe. There's nothing you can do that would matter, because nothing on the planet will matter, because nothing in this time era or this epoch will matter, because the old ones have been, will be, and for all eternity are the only thing that matters. Even outside of your frame of reality. Which is why I don't care about cosmic horror, because I don't find that horrific. I just find that wrong. Right? I made a short about this before, where independent of, even if we are a speck in the twinkle of a backwater section of the rear end of a cosmic deity, what I do in my life impacts the people who know me. And whatever change I effect upon the world will last longer than I will be around. That's what matters. It does not matter if I can affect the entire universe, because I never was going to affect the entire universe, whether I was an insignificant speck or Earth was the center of the universe. What matters is I'm affecting my universe. And therefore, I need to try my best. And that's why cosmic horror doesn't really affect me, because that is the core of cosmic horror. The issue is that the modern conception of cosmic horror is tentacles and mouths and eyes, and call it Lovecraft. Because like Maddie's just like, oh, that's body horror, not cosmic horror. Well, that's like looking at that's like looking at the moon beast. Like, that's like looking at the moon beast and say, this is cosmic horror. No, this has nothing to do with cosmic horror. This is just tentacles. This has nothing to do with the insignificance of your place in the universe. This is just a monster with tentacles for a face. That's not cosmic horror, much in the same way that body horror is not cosmic horror. You never said that. That's fair. No, that's fair. But I'm just drawing the comparison that to say, oh, well, that's body horror. Well, yeah, tentacles aren't cosmic horror either. You can have body horror that is cosmic horror. You can have tentacles that are cosmic horror. You can have, honestly, I think what would be really interesting is like gothic cosmic horror. The cold stone sterility of like Dracula's castle, but with cosmic horror, as opposed to the wet, slimy grossness of Lovecraft. Isn't that just Bloodborne? I have not played Bloodborne, so I think so. I think Bloodborne has cosmic horror, but also is like Victorian England. I haven't played Bloodborne. Gooner horror is running out of lotion. Oh. Why do I read your messages? Goon horror is reading green text. Cosmic horror is the ultimate unknown, as I understand, so I think that would count. The middle right one was low-key funny. I mean, I do like the, yes, let us shake using the dedicated handshaker shake. And you like both shake the end of a different hand. I have an image of the thing you're... So feel free to post that on the Discord if you have it. I guess it's simplification due to the themes of the unknown came from the seas because it says alien TOS of space. So people went, oh, sea, squid, and fish, and boom, cosmic horror. So the thing about Lovecraft, and this is very well known, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Lovecraft was scared of everything that was not a rich white New Englander. So that meant if you were black, if you were poor, if you were from a different part of the country, but you were still rich and white, even air conditioning frightened him. He has a whole short story called Cool Air that's about an air conditioner that scared him. So with Lovecraft, he was scared of the ocean, which valid, right? The issue is, I don't think it's that people equated, oh, the ocean is the unknown, blah, blah, blah. I think it was more, oh, Lovecraft had a bunch of ocean-themed stuff, and he was cosmic horror. Therefore, cosmic horror is ocean-themed stuff. Bring out the tentacles! And that's what I think happened. Because if you recall, or if you were not aware, Lovecraftian mythos is actually not based on Lovecraft all that much. Like, the King in Yellow is not a Lovecraftian creation. That was a contemporary of Lovecraft who wrote that like right after Lovecraft died, for instance, or like right around the time Lovecraft died. Lovecraft wrote a bunch of short stories, a couple of books, like The Call of Cthulhu, for instance, Shadow over Innsmouth, Dunwich Horror, but a lot of classic Lovecraft stuff, like Hastur the King in Yellow, I believe even like Azathoth. Did Lovecraft make the Great Race of Yith, or was that a contemporary? My point being is, a lot of what is ascribed to core Lovecraftian horror and or canon is contemporaries, which obviously Lovecraftian has encompassed more than Lovecraft. But I think that is an interesting point to note of, it is core elements like the King in Yellow, for instance. That's the big example that comes to my mind. Is seen as core to Lovecraftian mythos and canon, even non-Lovecraftian games like Darkest Dungeon, which deals with cosmic horror. And Darkest Dungeon is an interesting one, which, by the by, I've not played Darkest Dungeon 2. I have played Darkest Dungeon 1. Darkest Dungeon does eyes and mouths and tentacles and water, all to represent the Eldritch. The Cove is a great example of it. But it also leans into other forms of horror, like the Weald, which has a bunch of like fungal infestations. There is the more direct body horror of the Warrens, with like the pig people and the flesh boss. And fundamentally, I guess spoilers for Darkest Dungeon, the final boss of the game, is a heart. It is stylized after an organ. It still utilizes tentacles. It's still covered in eyes and mouths, but it is stylized more as an organ than fish or tentacles or a mass of flesh. It is stylized as the heart of the world, which I think is an interesting subversion of all of the setup it had beforehand. Similarly, I think the body horror of the Crimson Court is fantastic. Mosquito and leech and insect themed vampires with the veneer of aristocratic sensibility is so peak. And then there's this one piece of promotional image. Darkest Dungeon Crimson Court. There was this one promotional image that just goes so hard. Like, this is just so cool to me. Color Out of Space? Yes, Color Out of Space. Love Kraft Macaroni and Cheese. Hello, first time catching you live. Love your first. Thank you so much, Frank. I appreciate it. Yeah, generally I'm live over on Twitch at this time, but I figure, hey, I want to do the occasional YouTube stream, and I'm just going to talk TTRPGs for like 4 or 5 hours. It also reinforces the whole you don't matter cosmic horror through gameplay. Oh, you read The King in Yellow? You thought it was interesting? Through your gameplay, you're encouraged to recycle your adventurers, not care about them. There's always more coming. Exactly. And the fact that like each class, and I don't know how much this has been discussed. Also, in case you can tell, this is all blood. This is not wine. This is blood. But like, for no reason, they just go so hard with like the highwayman reclining on his throne, the grave robber like lurking in the back, and then the bounty hunter just like hunched forward with a bottle. It's so peak. I don't know why they went this hard, but they did, and I'm so happy. The blood, even, exactly. There's also that one DLC that was pretty much the Color Out of Space. Yes, the Color Out of Space, but I mean, it was also green, and it was teal, it was green, it was yellow. Honestly, the Color Out of Space, what was it, the Farmstead? Which, honestly, I mean, the way Darkest Dungeon took inspiration from different sources to make its own unique flavor was so awesome. They took the Color Out of Space. Like, I know that the location was the farmstead. I don't remember what the DLC was called. The Color Out of Space, which was basically like a growing sickness on a farm. It was a meteorite with a color that was imperceptible. Or rather, a color unlike any other seen on Earth that infected a family's well because it landed in the well, and then it slowly corrupted the entire land of the farm. And naturally, Darkest Dungeon looks at that, this story of like slow corruption, as like, hey, what if we made like an endless like wave fight? And I'm like, Pog. And like, hey, remember with like the Crimson Court and those vampires? What if we made that a mega dungeon? Unlike any seen on the estate. And I'm like, Pog. Like, Darkest Dungeon was so creative. I've heard very mixed things about Darkest Dungeon 2. I have not picked up, nor have I watched Darkest Dungeon 2 gameplay, because I've heard it was so mixed. I've heard the one thing I've seen like an hour of gameplay. And one of the things I thought was really cool is in the node-based decisions you can make on where you want to go, some places involve flashback sequences where you play the backstory of the different character classes you have. And the one I saw was the highwayman is doing like a jailbreak, and you effectively are in a boss fight against like 3 guards or like 4 guards or whatever, where you are the boss. You get 2 actions per turn. You get like abilities that like stun everyone and like deal damage. You are like doing a prison break, and you're showing off how badass your character is. So you get to play like a boss. And that was just so cool to me. You've seen Darkest Dungeon 2 was RT Games video where he named all of his so that wasn't Darkest Dungeon 2, that was Darkest Dungeon 1, I thought RT Game played Darkest Dungeon 1 with that, because there's a couple channels who I like watch constantly, right? I talk about Doug. I talk about RT Game. I talk about Bricky. these are channels that like I pretty consistently watch basically anything they pump out. The only exception is if I have a game in mind that I know I want to play, then I won't watch it. I'm also toxic. I don't use my watch later feature on YouTube. So I just kind of like remember it for years because inevitably it's like, oh, they made a video on like Clair Obscura. I'm going to play Clair Obscura Expedition 33 at some point. Let me just not watch any content on it. And I actually have no idea what goes on in Expedition 33. I considered picking it up and streaming it, but I realized that everyone would just be like, oh no, I'm going to wait for it to go on sale so I can play it. I'm not going to watch any spoilers before then. Valid. I'm with you. So, it's the sort of deal where, for instance, with Detroit Become Human, I, for years, was watching RT Game without watching his Detroit Become Human series. And then I played it, and then I finally went back and watched it, and it was so fun. But I am a little sad because I remember watching like RT Game play like The Sims. And he did like a whole thing where he had a house full of like Connors with a single Hank, which are characters from Detroit Become Human. And it's just, I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. I went into the game basically completely blind. I loved it. I had so much fun playing it. I hyper-fixated on it for a while, but I missed out on the context of like The Sims. So you take some, you win some, you lose some. Watch Later is a pit of temptation. Once you start using Watch Later, you quickly accrue hundreds of backlog. Yeah, that's a little bit why I don't use it. Dark Dungeons is quite different from the first. It's a different game, not a resprite with more content and a 2 in the name. And that's the thing. I respect that. I appreciate that. I think people should do that. I think studios should do that more. I also think gamers need to adapt their expectations. We are so deep into, okay, here's a new game. Everyone loves it. Let's just make the exact same game, except you lose all the endgame powers and you're at like a baseline to begin with. You slowly gain them again over the course of the game. It is the same gameplay, but there's like a new region and new enemy types. And the story's different. Fundamentally, core gameplay loop has not changed. Fundamentally, same combos are present. Fundamentally, the AI is like marginally better. And then it's 2. And then it's 3. And then it's 4. And I'm not even going to say like this is like COD's fault. Or like Halo or whatever. Like where it's basically the same game, but updated story. Maybe that they add in some more guns. Maybe they try adding in a new mode. But fundamentally, it's the same game. I don't even think it's their fault. Because like even Resident Evil does this. I think for the longest time, Devil May Cry did this. Metroid Prime did this. So this is just pervasive throughout the games industry because they understand that's what people want at this point. People want to just play the same game, but again with a new story. Which I don't think is a bad thing. However, I think it is representative of when a new game with new gameplay and new story comes out, tied to the first one in some capacity, people are going to reject it. Like, what was it? DRG released Survivor, which was like a vampire, or I don't know, was it Survivor? Basically, Deep Rock Galactic released a vampire survival style top-down shooter that people were pretty mixed on because they just wanted more DRG. But from what I've heard, it's a pretty fun game. It's very mechanically different than DRG. And I think DRG 2, which has been announced, unless I'm misremembering, wants to function more similarly to DRG, but with updated mechanics. And I think people are going to be like, oh, this is a return to form. Finally, the devs got the magic back, blah, 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 blah. And it's going to reinforce the habit of don't rock the boat. Don't change things. In Battletro, most of your decks just became oops all aces. Did I hear rockin' stone? We're rich. Fun fact, the first video I ever did, not the first short, the long form video was DRG. And it was me playing in a lobby that was modded for like 50 people. I just joined a random lobby that had like 50 people in it. And there was like ×6 enemy spawns. And all of the resource requirements were like ×10. And the map was like 3 times as large. And then it was just like the most wild, balls to the wall, like you and like 6 other people are fighting like 3 high, like what are they, like Praetorians, and on, like, I'm not even exaggerating, probably over like 100 glyphids. And much like how in 40k any battle you're a part of is expected to be like a single skirmish within a larger campaign or within a larger singular battle, this was like 10% of what was happening, because there was another group of 10 people, and there was another group of 3 people, and there's another group of 6 people, and there's another group of like 3 people, all of whom were downed, and like one person was trying to save them. And like all of these had swarms of glyphids around them. The flood, yeah. Now I'm tempted to do something like that for the arrow cord. I think it would be fun. I think it would be fun to just have a giant modded Deep Rock Galactic lobby. However, from my understanding, that's also just like Helldivers. It's basically just Helldivers. Different genre and not a sequel, more so a different genre, and you play as a different company group of dwarves that dig deeper for more minerals. Oh, it's a roguelike and you're in a different company. Interesting. Okay, real quick, let me go back to the Q&A, because I haven't done that for a while. Do I prefer the mountains or the beach? Mountains, because I'm not actually a big beach person. I don't like the water. I don't like the ocean. I'm not big on sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it gets everywhere, unlike you. So I'm not like big on the mountains, but I definitely prefer the mountains. Is there a particular reason you don't drink alcohol? Just personal preference. Like, for those of you who don't know, I don't drink. It's for multiple reasons. I have seen people in my life who have abused alcohol. It's a cost-saving thing. It is a health thing. It is a keeping control and autonomy of my body thing. A large portion of it is literally just, I have gone this far in my life without ever having had alcohol. How far can I get? Honestly, that's the same reason for a lot of substances. It's not even like I have some moral imperative against it. It's literally just like, well, I've reached this point in my life without ever trying like an illicit substance or like consuming alcohol or doing any of these things. How far can I get? But then also it is like, it's a health thing. Alcohol is extremely unhealthy for you. It puts on calories very quickly. It's a cost saving thing. Alcohol is expensive. I don't want to spend money on it. There's just plenty of reasons. What is my favorite alien or kind of alien from science fiction? So I wouldn't say this is my favorite. You drink on occasion, but you're very careful not to go far. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't care if other people drink. Like, the biggest thing I care about would be like if my roommate drinks. And the main consideration for that is because then that would mean that that's spending money. That's not a health concern. That's not a I'm uncomfortable with it concern. That is a, okay, well, if you want to drink, then we need to budget that. If you want to drink, that needs to be something that we talk about with like groceries and whatever. So that's not even a like, oh no, I'm worried about you. That's literally just we have to budget that. So if other people drink, I got no problem. Like when I was in uni, I was with people who were drinking, and then I'd just be like, nah, I'm good. And I had people who were just like, hey, like, if I bought you a shot, would you drink it? And I was like, nah, I'm good. And they're like, sure, fine. And then they just had a shot themselves, and that was that. The difference is that Helldivers 2 runs like hell, but DRG runs on a potato. Can we fan source a multi-room dungeon? Yeah. Honestly, I haven't done this room yet, but I do kind of want to do. There was a comment on video. So for those of you who don't know, on my phone, I get YouTube notifications. And I'll just get like, hey, this is a comment from like YouTube. Here's like the preview of it. And one of the comments was just horse room. For whatever reason, they thought it was a good idea to start their message with just horse room. So I get notified that I got a comment on my latest short that just said horse room. The fear that ran through my body. What does that mean? What does it mean to just say horse room? Like, it was a chill down my spine unlike any other. I have been called slurs. I have been basically harassed. I have been told that I'm stupid. I've been told awful things like the world would be better off without me. This impacted me more than all of those combined. And then as I read it, it was just a room where it's just like, what if it's just like a normal room, but there's like a horse in it? And there's no reason for the horse to be there. And anytime you exit the room and come back, the horse is gone. But then any future room, there's like a 1 in 10 chance that the horse just appears there. And there's no grass, there's no water, there's no stable, there's no rope. There is no indication that it was left there. It is literally just, there is a horse in a room for no reason. And if you try to make it leave, it refuses and like physically cannot leave the room. And when you leave, close the door and open it again, the horse is gone. And so that's why I want to make this room. So I would certainly be down for like chat makes dungeon even. Like that could be a fun stream idea. But I definitely think like if you just drop me a comment on the latest making a mega dungeon, I'd certainly be down to just like riff off that idea. Peter, the horse is here. Arrow knowing the lesbian's fear of the evil and intimidating horse. Wait, is that what that meme is? Because isn't there a meme where it's just like cool X and it's like evil plus intimidating lesbian couple? Like, is that what that meme is? Because I've seen this meme before. Oh, cute and endearing lesbian couple, evil and intimidating horse. The horse room having many horses is all right. The horse room having only one horse is worrying and will give you nightmares. See, that's the thing. I took that exact same sentiment and I made a room called the doll room. And this is one of the few rooms where it's more than one. Because the doll room has like a foyer with like 3 rooms attached, and it's got like a master, and it's got like a study, and then it has a child's bedroom with a single doll sat up on the bed. Despite the fact this is like broken up and destroyed, like this room is torn apart, this room is rotting and desiccated. The doll looks like it was made within the month. There's nothing magic about it. There's nothing cursed about it. There's nothing like horrifying about it. It's literally just a doll that looks kind of new in a place where it does not belong. And if you really want to screw with your players, have the torch go out or have the door slam behind them because of like a draft. Like, do something that makes them think it's going to be cursed, but just have it be mundane. it's just a doll, but you can really freak people out with that. You want me to start a thread in the D&D channel? I don't think you can. I think only mods can do that. But Arrow yawn for free. I mean, if it could be a Discord thing. I was thinking more of a stream thing to make a dungeon and or a multi-room dungeon. But it could be a fun Discord thing. Arrow yawns, exactly. I've had people threaten to make a compilation of that, and I have yet to see a compilation of Arrow yawns. Which I will say, a compilation of Arrow yawns is probably easier than a compilation of Arrow pogs. I will say. I think I yawn less frequently. And then I pog. Because I pog like it's nobody's business. And it's actually a problem. I have people sit me down and say, hey, you need an intervention. And I'm like, from what? And they're like, from pogging. And I'm like, that's not very pog of you to say. And they're like, Arrow! Apologies if there's an answer out there, but is Arrow Killer a fine place to host TTRPG stuff? Like if I made a campaign or a few hunts and wanted to run them? Yeah. So on the Arrow Court, I was initially gonna set up a like server run event, but what we just did instead, and I think I might pivot to this, is we set up a forum where you can make a post and be like, hey, this is like a D&D game looking for players. And then people will join if they want to play D&D. Or this is a Kane game that I want to set up, but it's looking for GM, right? It's looking for a group. We have that set up now. Initially, I wanted it to be more centralized. I think it might work better to just leave it uncentralized so everyone can run what they want. I was kind of in my own head. I was like, I want this to be perfect. I want this to work well. I want this to be like, I have some degree of control over this. I think the way I do it is I just say, let folks run what they want. Let folks play what they want. Generally speaking, everyone here has some degree of experience with TTRPGs. The main thing to keep in mind is, what are your boundaries? What are your expectations? What is the style of play you enjoy? Because I might play Kane wanting to just kill sins, investigate puzzles, solve a mystery. You might play Kane wanting to have a very deep and emotional experience of overcoming trauma by dealing with it in a externalized way that is representative of the Exorcists. Those two people are not going to have fun together. And you might enjoy each other for your company outside of Kane. You should not play Kane together. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't realize. I think that's something that a lot of people try to force because they're like, hey, here's my friend, or here's someone I like, or here's someone who's just willing to play. We can make it work. That is not the case. Some people want to play the same game differently, and that's okay. That whale, the source of which all evil spouts, I will rip out its heart, and I will crush it in my claws. Yeah, there's no command here. Yeah, so the Discord link is at the top of the description of this live stream. And that offer is, of course, open to anyone who is a VOD watcher as well. I want to make sure that even if you did not catch this live, you still feel welcome in the community. If you're a lurker, you're welcome just as well. We have a couple hundred people there, which, wow, that's kind of terrifying to think about. Like, I don't like to focus on my own accomplishments too much. I remember making shorts and hoping I would get 50 views. I remember making shorts, and if I got more than 10 views, if I got double digits, I considered that a success. I remember making shorts and I did not know how chroma key worked. So I did a green screen with a greenish yellow jacket and made my jacket transparent and thought, this is fine, and then uploaded that. Because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how like blue screens worked or chroma key worked, and I was just like, I guess I can just like make this part of my lore or something. And then I learned about blue screens very quickly after, and I was like, yes. So it's something where to see that there's like 200 plus people on the Discord, and I don't really talk about this because I don't try to focus too much on. Again, I want to focus on me. I want to focus on TTRPG content. I want to focus on the community. I want to focus on y'all. For a while, the Discord, I wouldn't say it was dead, but it definitely was quiet. We are now at the point where there are people who I have never spoken to directly who I would consider quasi-regular contributors on the Discord. Which is just so weird to me. Because there was a time where there was no conversation would happen unless I started it. And now there are folks who are like running TTRPG games. Now there are folks who are playing Wordle with each other. Now there are folks who are talking about their homebrew and like bouncing the ideas off of each other. And they're not just like waiting for me. They're like talking with other members of the community, which is just such a awesome thing to see. As long as I kill you, I will have nothing more to wish for in my life. Joke's on you, I don't even know what a chroma key is. So, editing 101. Editing 101. If you want to, so let's say you have a clip and you have a person here. And you want just the person when you're recording. You will make this background a single color. So maybe it'll be green. Maybe it will be blue. Maybe, depending on what color the person is, pink. Then what you do is you grab a chroma key. You match it to the exact hex code of what this solid background is, not a gradient, a solid color. And then the chroma key removes everything from this entire clip that matches this one specific hex code with a bit of softness. So if you're removing chroma key like AA0000, then it would also remove AA1010, but not completely. It would be like a gradient. So if I, for instance, have a green screen and I'm wearing blue and like I am light skinned with black hair, for instance, like my model, for instance, with a blue jacket, I would probably use a green screen because on my model, there is no green to remove. My current model has a yellowish, greenish gold jacket. That means if I remove green, that will actually remove some of the color from my jacket and I'll have this weird transparent look. So I have to use a blue screen because there is no blue on my model. That is why oftentimes, and I want you to look at, I'm going to curse you. Look at every streamer and try to see if they wear any green. And if they do wear green, are they wearing blue? You will find IRL streamers rarely, if ever, wear green. Just think, I've had people say that my old jacket was olive colored, and looking back on it, yeah, it kind of was. I don't see this as green. I see this as yellow. So the swimsuit won't be blue. Give me a minute. I have it right here. If I look at it. Oh wait, no, I don't have it. Never mind. Whoops. I forgot I never exported it. So despite the fact I have it on hand, I could right now export it and upload it to VCFace and then use it right now. I'm not going to. Wait, no, if the swimsuit was blue, then you would be able to see through it. Even if they don't use a green screen. So that's the exception. The exception is if they don't use a green screen. Then they're fine to use green because they're not using a chroma key here. However, a lot of times streamers will still use a green screen. I don't know, look for it. Or maybe a better question, maybe a better point is YouTubers. Because it's very common for like video essayists or game reviews or anything to like overlay themselves on top of gameplay. Like that. So this is a situation where I say, look if they're wearing green or if they're wearing blue. Swimsuit can't be green because I'm at the beach and the ocean water needs to show up. True. I've read The Stranger because of Olympus Company. Should I read Ishmael's source book? I guess you can do the green screen on the tank top model. So I can't. I had that thought too, but or at least I shouldn't, because I have yellow. And also my eyes. Hello. I have yellow highlights in my hair, or not like highlights, but like yellow lighting is like what I have that like is the backlight. I have my choker, I have my eyes, so you would not be able to see. Arrow swims. I don't like swimming. I will never be able to watch a video normally anymore. That's the cursed knowledge. That is the cursed knowledge. Wouldn't it not affect a VTuber though? So that's the thing. It depends. Currently, I can have I don't have a blue screen right now. I don't have a green screen right now because in VCFace, in my tracking software, it has a transparent background. If you're in the know, that would be the alpha channel. The software I use has inbuilt transparency. So I don't need to worry about that. However, when I'm recording, I don't record my model on top of explicit or specific images. I record my model in front of a blue screen so I can put it in front of the parchment background that I use so frequently, so that I can have it. Actually, I can just show you. In case you're curious, which I don't think anyone is, but just in case you're curious. This is where I record most of my stuff. This is what I look like when I'm recording. So I have a blue screen, I'm in front of it. I can then chroma key right behind me, remove all of the blue from the image. And now it's just, I can place myself on top of parchment. I can place myself on top of really anything that I need. What are chokers? Is it an alternative to necklaces and such? So a choker is just, as far as I'm aware, I don't know if there's a specific delineation. My understanding of a choker is that it is a necklace. It is a necklace that is flush to the skin. So it has no dangle. It doesn't go below the neck. It entirely encompasses just the neck, and kind of like how a hairband sits flat against your head, a choker sits flat against your skin around your neck. A necklace will... So like if this is your neck, and then that's your shoulder. So like a necklace will be like here. it'll like go down like your collarbones or here kind of deal. A choker will generally be exactly where you put it, because the idea is that it's in the position to choke you. Skin tight necklaces. Yeah, that's my understanding, which I don't know how accurate that is. That might not be the definition of a choker. That's what I know it as. You used to wear a choker? I don't wear chokers outside of like for recording, obviously, like right now. But in my day to day, I don't really wear them. Oh, right. What was my favorite alien or kind of alien? I didn't answer that. Surprisingly, whenever I encounter like AI or ephemeral or like, I'll say collective consciousness, like the Geth from Mass Effect, the Coral Rubiconians from AC6, they're not my favorite, but I do find that in any time I'm asked to weigh them against more present individuals, I oftentimes choose them, because the choice is almost always, hey, do you want to like save these ethereal beings that have no physical form but like are numerous, like in the billions, or do you want to save this other species, which is, it's a weirdly common question, that number in like the millions but they have bodies? And I'm like, well, if we're looking at them equivalently, these oftentimes vastly outnumber these, so I'm going to choose these, even if like they don't have bodies, or even if like each of them is 1/10 as intelligent as the other one. The fact that there are billions means that holds weight. So that's not really like my favorite, but that is just something I've weirdly noticed. I will say, favorite alien or kind of alien from all of science fiction, I think a species that feels believable. And that seems like a bit of a cop-out, but I want a species that feels believable in its culture and motivation and diplomacy or lack thereof. Because I'm not gonna lie, like, if it's like, as much as I love the Tyranids aren't very believable because they have no substance to them. As much as I love like the Krogans from Mass Effect, they're not really believable because they're very one note in their militarism. Yes, there's some more depth to it that gets explored later on, but broadly speaking, Krogans don't have that much to them. It's the sort of deal where I appreciate it when they have a culture and a civilization independent of just being alien. And honestly, I think that something that's really fun is when they do something. So something that I haven't actually seen that much, but is kind of common in like humanity FEA stories, is aliens. You want to know what? Okay, I've yapped about this for enough. My favorite alien, I will say, are aliens that feel alien. That's my answer. And that seems like a cop-out. But how many aliens feel just like people in a costume? And that's what I was talking about before with the depth, right? The culture and the civilization, the diplomacy or whatever. Those all are things that I appreciate from a human communication perspective. Aliens that feel alien, aliens that feel Lovecraftian, aliens that feel like, oh, they just never were carnivorous or aggressive. Their idea of play does not involve violence whatsoever. Aggression is anathema to them. Not just they're peaceful, they have never experienced aggression in their evolutionary history. Species that are not bipedal. Species that are not just the males are super aggressive, monstrous creatures, and the females are just supermodels with a different skin tone and like maybe some hair ornaments. Like, that's the kind of aliens that, like, when I really think about it, I'm like, those are the aliens I want to see more of. Just like the arrow kissers might combine, can almost accomplish one brain cell. I like ones that see the world completely different. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think you'd really like Children of Time. They're spiders from Earth, but they're on a different planet, develop their own language, culture, and society. I feel like you've talked about this before. I feel like you've mentioned this before. I want to know what, there's a short story that I read years ago. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like these weird, like, spider creatures. Right? That are brought around the galaxy in cages. And they're toured across the galaxy by this alien hawker who shows off the wonders of mysterious planets. And every time they arrive, they have different animals in their menagerie. And then they go around showing off this 2 different planets. And then eventually the short story ends with the like hawker going to a planet filled with these spider creatures, opening the cages and being like, well, I hope you enjoyed your cruise. I hope you enjoyed your tour of the universe. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. And all of them were like, oh my gosh, that was so much fun, because they were brought on a cruise of the galaxy, seeing all these different planets, where the hawker promised that they would protect them by putting them in cages to keep out all the monsters, but would bring all of the exotic life forms from these other planets to them. They wouldn't even have to go anywhere. So it's this idea of like this hawker, this carny, who goes around the galaxy telling everyone they have a zoo of mysterious creatures and animals, but then is actually double dipping, where the aliens they're showing off are also being told they're going on a cruise of the universe. Just stay in this cage to protect you, and I'll bring all these exotic animals to you. I can't remember what the short story was, which I'm a bit disappointed by, but this is one I read like 20 years ago, probably, or not 20, 15 years ago. I like the Blorg from Stellaris. They aren't exactly realistic, but I love how wholesome and cute they are. I have not played Stellaris. I'm interested. I'm curious, because I do like a good 4X game. I've never played Stellaris, though, so... Gotta love when you have a plan to get paid twice. Exactly. You stand the Blorg in your empire, but what if you want to play the Imperium of Man? Okay, have I read Sir Terry Pratchett's Discworld series? I have not. I don't read nearly as much as I should, because I'm busy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have the rest. I've read book 1 of Mistborn. The rest of the series is on my nightstand behind me. I have The Lord of the Rings on my nightstand behind me. On my TBR that I've really not touched. I don't have these books, but like they're on my TBR. The Jade City trilogy. Discworld. I'm thinking, if anything, I would want to read Death. I've heard very good things about Death from the Discworld series. Like I've listened to like Red from OSP read through like 2/3 of Guards, right? So I know a little bit of it, but recently, like I listened to some audiobooks. Like I listened to, I think at top of 2024, I listened to like Call of Cthulhu, Art of War by Sun Tzu. I tried listening to Catcher in the Rye, but Catcher in the Rye sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I wanted to read it, but it was just so bad. How many watch hours are left to go, if you can discuss on YouTube proper? I think I have, so for those of you who don't know, in order to get monetized on YouTube, you need to get, I think it's 3,000 watch hours on non-shorts content. Which, as a shorts channel, means that despite the fact that I have, you need like 500 subscribers and I have like 8.6K, I'm not monetized yet because I don't make a lot of non-shorts content. I'm at like 2.5K. And then similarly, you also need 4K hours to get like full monetization. I'm not really worried about pushing for anything. I mentioned like, hey, if I can get some more views on non-shorts content, I would appreciate it. The community has been incredibly kind and mobilized to make sure that they're watching like streams and on YouTube and like YouTube videos. So all of my non-shorts content that would get more watch hours. But 4K is technically the total. I've been focused on the 3K because 3K, I believe, is the requirement for like memberships. So if you want to support the channel, if you want to do super chats, if you want to do that, that's what you can do. 4K is, I think, like merchandising and maybe like more control over ads or something. I don't know. I have a playlist of your non-short stuff I throw in the background sometimes, but I forget. No, don't apologize. I appreciate it. Let's be xenophobic. It's really in this year. Let's find a slimy alien to fear. Oh my gosh. So I'm just going through the questions. Do you have an expected date for the swimsuit? I think what I'm going to do for the swimsuit, because again, it's been a running joke since turn of the year. It's been a joke since like November or December of last year. I think I'm going to do it for my affiliate anniversary. My plan is to do it for my affiliate anniversary, not because it's a big deal, not because it's something special, literally just because it's already going to be in the heart of summer. It's already going to be something that like I think would be funny to just like whip out like, hey, I'm going to wear beachwear, pog, which like, again, I will remind you, it's not sexy. It's not lewd. It's not NSFW. It's literally just a different outfit, but people want me to wear a swimsuit. So I'm like, I'm embarrassed to like just wear a bikini. So I'm going to wear beachwear. Game recommendations for today. Honestly, AC6, Armored Core 6, I had so much more fun with than I expected. That's been the main thing I've been playing recently. Marvel Rivals has a TFT style auto battler that they added recently. I was really good at it the first couple times I played it, and now I'm really bad at it, and I don't know what happened. But most of what I do off stream when I play games is Marvel Rivals with a little bit of Bigotry and a little bit of Dawn of War, but that's about it. Dwarf Fortress, surprisingly, like I want to play it more. It's one of those things where like, if I didn't have a chat telling me what I should be doing, I don't think I would have fun, but I do. So I had a great time with it and I want to play it more. We have the Dick Throne Room, for those of you who don't know. You're still sad your game died while we were in that PvP match? Yeah. I gotta pull a Yoko Taro and make my swimsuit be an old time. You keep mentioning that. I don't have the facilities for that. Because a reminder, my model is a Vroid. That means it's free. And as long as I put in effort, I can make my own outfits. I don't have the skills in Vroid 3D modeling clothes to make an old-timey dive suit, and I don't have the time or really interest to learn, unfortunately, so I would have to buy it. However, I think it would be very funny to have, oh my god, imagine the hot tub NTR stream, but I'm in an old-timey dive suit off to the side. Alright, bet, gonna be looking for old-timey scuba. If you find those on Vroid, or Booth is the related website, hit me up on Discord. Like, just tag me in the Discord server and I will absolutely look into it. Just get 2D scuba assets to pin them on top of your model. That would absolutely work. That would actually super work. Because all I would need is if I'm like... So if I'm like... that, I would just need a scuba outfit that would do this. And then like a faceplate to be like here. Wait, that would so work. That would so work. Cats are falling from the sky and the dwarf is drowning in booze. No. So we have like 20 dogs in Dwarf Fortress. And I don't know how it happened, but I do dig it. Also, I have to ask, are my dogs like super inbred? Is that something I have to worry about in Dwarf Fortress? Because I feel like that's something that Dwarf Fortress would account for, but I don't know. Oh, favorite type of mech? Do you just like a big suit of armor, biped, quadruped? So if you're asking about AC6, I played the game with chicken legs, so a reverse joint. I was a lightweight, and for the beginning, I wanted to do dual bazookas until I realized that was not feasible. So then I went to dual shotties. And this was not the Zimmerman. It was like the Helmberg. Like the chapter 1, like first shotgun you get. I played the end of the game with that, and I would swap in a pile bunker on my left arm. So I had shotty. I had pile bunker that I could swap into when I stagger them. And I had, for the longest time, I had a songbird that I swapped out for a drone deployable when I got it. So I ended the game with dual shotties, pile bunker, drone, and in a lightweight reverse joint frame. However, chat kept bothering me because they kept saying, oh, the pile bunker's OP. Oh, the pile bunker's carrying you. Oh, you went to this without the pile bunker. So when I beat the final boss of the Liberator of Rubicon ending, on my second try, blind, I refused to use the pile bunker. Also, I beat Snail in the Baltius hybrid second try. I beat Carla and Chatty, which I suppose spoilers, but like, it probably doesn't matter. Second try. Like most of the late game bosses, I beat second try with or without the pile bunker, because drones are goated. Dual shotties, when I maximize my close range damage, are so goated. Haldeman for the right arm and a pile bunker for the left. Dwarves is reproduced by mitosis. Good to know. Not to my knowledge. I know you can breed for specific traits. Oh, wow. Well, because the issue I've run into in Dwarf Fortress is I think that my kingdom fell because I have a queen and I have like 20 dwarves. I've also gotten I've gotten no immigrants in like the past 2 years. So I think that my kingdom fell. I am the stronghold of my nation. We are an island that is isolated from everyone else. So we're not going to grow, but we're also not going to take damage. So it's literally just like, I have the most scuffed, yet safe and stable fortress. So my entire civilization is now just this one random island. Exactly. Who's going to tell me that Walter is the weakest? Okay, so reminder, no spoilers. But that is like, that's not a spoiler. That's just like why? Walter. You can't just be the easiest of the bosses, Walter. That's when we go, I bet you can do this with the pile bunker. Even a dwarf fortress? Oh my gosh. Haldeman, thank you. Imagine if someone joined and the first thing they heard is the dog questions. Listen, in Twitch, chat is chaotic. And they get to burn off this energy, right? It's like potential energy that they're converting to kinetic energy via ballistics and gunpowder explosions, right? Easy. In YouTube, you don't have that luxury. So the chaos builds and builds and builds and builds. And then suddenly we start talking about dog incest. And that's not on me. That's really on you. You should have known better. You should have come to the stream expecting something like that. And if you can't handle that, I'm sorry. We don't need you. You can still grow your dwarf fortress. It just takes a long time and requires giving my dwarves time to socialize and fall in love and marry. So in Dwarf Fortress, I set it up so we have like social. I mean, I could just open up right now. I'm not really in the mood to play Dwarf Fortress right now. And I do want to end in like 2 hours. So I don't know, but I have like a throne room and a royal bedroom, and I have a tavern and a shrine, and I have different areas of socialization. I just don't know how to get people to actually like each other. I don't know how to get people to actually care about each other. And I don't know how to get people to properly interact. So I've just kind of like let it ride. I've given them music. I've given them beer. They have a poet. What else do they need? What are we? Some kind of dwarf fortress? Oh no, Walter. You're fighting me. However, that's a frame I don't recognize. What is this? Some sort of Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon? That'll just happen over time if you have social areas. I mean, I've had social areas for like 3 years. Which, like the first thing I did, like one of the first things I did is I made beds, like bedrooms. I made a dining room, and I made a separate socialization room. Which then like I made a shrine, and then now I have like the shrine and the tavern. Stop, no, why? What if you took away all the stuff so they had nothing better to do than Shablink? No, they're not humans. Dwarves are patient. Like humans, if you don't give them enrichment for like 5 minutes, they start Shablinking. Dwarves, they need like 5 years. And that's like if the candles are lit the whole time, right? If you give them roses every day. What is this 621? Some kind of Fires of Rubicon? I am a bit surprised that in the endings, because I know the name of the endings, it is Liberator of Rubicon, Fires of Raven, and then a Latin phrase that says like the dies cast. Aleo lacta est. Aleo lacta est. I am surprised that it's the the game is called AC6 Fires of Rubicon, not Fires of Raven. Because like obviously Fires of Raven is one of the 3 endings. But like the Fires of Ibis is the name of the names previously. It's not like those were the Fires of Rubicon. It's not like you're starting the Fires of Rubicon. The Fires of Rubicon, I suppose, is the central point of the game. It is the climax of the game, whether or not to start the Fires of Rubicon, which will be dubbed the Fires of Raven. But I do think that calling it the Fires of Raven would not have been a bad subtitle. Fires Lacta Rubicon Liberator of S. Well, yeah, the title also references the Fires of Ibis because the Fires of Ibis and the Fires of Raven are the Fires of Rubicon, but I think one of the previous AC games had Raven in the name. From what I'm aware, Armored Core as a series always had a Raven. I don't know if it was the MC was the Raven or if it was just like a character was a Raven. AC Last Raven was one of them. Rubicon de Linda Est. MC is always... Got it. Oh, so that's why it's such a big deal when you find it and Walter's just like, Raven, that's who you are now. So you were at Rubicon. What other conventions do you usually attend? Man, is anyone else going to Rubicon? Like, personally, I like sapphires and emeralds and rubies just as much as anyone else. But like, I know a lot of jewelers are heading over to Rubicon. Oh, it got set on fire. Whoops. Glad I didn't go this year. Well, except for the 4th gen where ravens were renamed to lynx, but there's in-game dialogue still says raven. So when you say 4th gen, we play as a 4th gen. in AC6. Me and my friend casting the die by crossing the Rubicon. Wait, so if you betray the RLF, are you crossing the Rubicon? Liberation Front? If you betray the RLF, are you casting the die? Fun fact, the Saw series has an event called Saw. The Saw series has an event called SawCon. SawCon these nuts. 4th gen game, not 4th gen augmented human. Got it. No. The 4th gen armor core. Got it. Okay, let's go back to questions real quick. What happened on January 16th, 1998? Again, don't worry about it. What is my favorite published official D&D NPC or deity? I'm not gonna lie, I don't keep up with Forgotten Realms. I do not care about Forgotten Realms in the slightest. I'm gonna be 100% with you. Like, not just like, oh man, like I think the Sword Coast is overrated. Like, no, I don't care about the Forgotten Realms. I know a little bit about Waterdeep, and I know Baldur's Gate is really important. That's about it. And I know like Drizzt Do'Urden is like the biggest Mary Sue that was ever Mary Sued, because he's evil but also not, and he's edgy but he's actually a sweetie, and like he has a blade of lightning and a blade of fire with twin rapiers and a big panther cat, and also he's a drow, but he's the only good drow, and it's like, ugh, you know. So I guess official D&D NPCs, I would have to say like I don't have the frame of reference to give a good answer. The first thing that comes to mind is like Vecna or the Hobgoblin Warlord of Red Hand of Doom. Like villains, BBEGs of published adventures, because they have agency, they have interactions, they have stuff to do. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, so I would just say one of the Baldur's Gate 3 casts, but I don't know them. I haven't watched any gameplay. No, really, look it up. Saw had that, I know, because of a DBD announcement. So I haven't found any old-timey scuba suit, but I have found a bulky spacesuits that kind of look the part. Okay. The augmented humans are kind of similar to something from the earlier games called the Human Plus Project, but it's not quite the same thing. The second best character of the Forgotten Realms is Minsk. The best character is Boo. I'll take your word for it. If you know Tharizdun, you don't. Oh, also, speaking of Forgotten Realms characters, I never watched Honor Among Thieves. I've never watched Hat. Should I? Would it be good? Is this like a good movie? I've heard good things about it. I've heard it feels like a D&D party, but my concern is that, oh, this feels like a real D&D party. I'm worried it's just going to be Marvel, but D&D. It's going to be, here are the good guys, they're doing good things, they're wisecracking all the while, they don't take anything seriously, and then the final confrontation is going to be with a faceless bad guy who I don't actually know the name of, but who, oh no, trust me, they're actually really cool, believe me. And then they beat them by the power of like, I don't know, probably not friendship, probably just like heroic gumption. And then the actual emotional climax of the movie is going to be ruined by a wisecrack that's meant to appeal to mainline demographics. Would it work? See, that's the thing. I want to try AeroCord movie nights. I don't know how we would do that, though. I don't know if it would be, I watch it, I set up stream with a timer, and I say, okay, here's where I am in the movie. You watch it by yourself, I'll watch it by myself, all on the same call. Or if it's like a streaming service, because a lot of them, like Netflix, block streaming services. And obviously, I am not going to encourage anyone to pirate, because I think that would be irresponsible Minsk is a berserker ranger who's just constantly cheerful and upbeat and may or may not have a head injury. Boo is his pet miniaturized giant head. Wait, I've seen that in MTG in Magic the Gathering. Yes, you should watch Hat. It was fun, not like an Oscar winner, but you had a good time. Especially if you don't know or care about Forgotten Realms lore. It's fun if you go in with zero expectations. The power of love is dumb. The power of swords and violence, that's where it's at. Because, like, what little I've seen of it, I've seen, like, the Speak with Dead scene. Which, like, that's funny. Like the Speak with Dead scene is funny. But it's also, I don't think I'd want to watch a movie that's just all of that. Okay, I have a movie I do actually want to watch with stream. I want to do a watch along of this movie at some point, and I need to see where it is because I found it on YouTube, I think. Where is it? I'm sorry. Let me because I have I'm sorry. Huh. I thought I had it saved. Guess I don't. Weird. Anyway, it's a movie that, if you remember the clip that I sometimes use in my videos of like stepping on tiles, it's a old school D&D movie from like the mid 2000s. And I think that there was a couple of them. But I remember it's like a proper D&D party that it takes itself seriously, but all the effects are really bad because it's the early to mid 2000s, and like nerd culture wasn't popular yet, but like Lord of the Rings had just happened, so they're trying to be serious, but it's like not very good. And I remember watching this and loving it as a kid. Similarly, I don't know the name of that movie. I found it on YouTube. I could probably find it again. Another movie I want to watch is, there was a movie which was a D&D movie where it was a series of like 5 to 15 minute long clips on a like DVD that you would then, with your remote, choose which path you go down. And then it would play another like 5 to 15 minute clip of that path and its resolution. And then it would bring you to another choice. And you follow a D&D party. And what blew my mind with that is that at one point, one path, you go to the tavern. And like you're part, like, so you make a choice. Yeah, a DVD, choose your own adventure. So you make a choice, whatever, blah, 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 blah. You have two paths. And one of them leads to the tavern. And the other one, you do something else. Right? But then later, because of information you learned over here, you pass by the tavern and the rogue says, hey, let's go in. And then another character says, oh, no, you don't. And pulls them along. And you continue over to the church where you like fight werewolves or something. So it's the idea of, there are situations where it's not just like from point X to point Y, from point A to point B, and then you like reach the same destination. It's literally like, we start it here, then we go here, then we go here. And then if we go here instead, this will like bring you right by this, but then you like do a hard left. And then you continue forward. And then you like do another hard left. And then it continues. Like, I don't know. That was just so interesting to me. And I will say, I do remember there was an instance where you're fighting like a boss and your entire team gets taken out and you control the rogue in this circumstance. And you can either try talking, hiding, or fighting. And if you try to fight, you die. If you try to talk, you die. And if you hide, the game continues. So there are some choices which are just dead ends. So again, this was like a 2000s, maybe early 2010s era DVD choose your own adventure. It was not the most robust, but it was cool. And I think it would be so much fun. God, remember the choose your own adventure videos on YouTube? Wait, what do you mean the spoon killer? Do you mean the incredibly slow murderer with the extremely inefficient weapon? Because I remember, does anyone remember annotations on YouTube videos? Where there would be videos where it's just like, hey, click this one for X, click this one for Y. And occasionally people will still do that with like unlisted videos. But annotations used to be a thing. The Markiplier choose your own adventure ones. So I never did like the Markiplier ones. I know a friend of mine, Celebrity Dust, just did one of those on stream. They did like the heist. I remember. Oh, you want to know how old I am? I'm gonna say something. I remember watching a Halloween. Halloween has 2 W's, right? Halloween? Halloween. I feel like it's 2 W's. I remember watching a Halloween themed Shane Dawson choose your own adventure. And if you're wondering, why does that mean you're old? Why are you dating yourself with that? Because this was before everything came out. This was like 15 plus years ago. I do not support this individual. And if you need context, look it up for yourself. I'm not going to explain it on YouTube because I will be banned. I remember there used to be these pop-up windows with text on YouTube vids. Yes! Annotations where it would be like, if in editing you caught something in an upload, you could add an annotation. So like, if I had a piece of text that said like, babies are lame, but I meant to say babies are cool, then I could have a pop-up window of text, block this out with the proper text of cool on top of it. You can't do that anymore. Similarly, I remember in the old YouTube rewinds, there were annotations that were hidden where you could only find them by moving your mouse over the screen and seeing where your mouse turned into a clicker. And that would lead you to a hidden, unlisted, behind the scenes video. You can't do that anymore. Remember when viewers could add their own? Oh wait, so it sounds like people here don't know the deal with Shane Dawson. The long and short is that Shane Dawson was old school, like 2000s era YouTuber who made a lot of jokes that involved stuff like blackface, that involved stereotypes, that involved poorly aged material. That then over time he caught flack for. And then it's basically the more negative attention that was on him, the more came out and the more was revealed that was just kind of like worse and worse stuff that even if they weren't true, even if they were just jokes, made a lot of people uncomfortable. So that's something where like he has not really had a very strong YouTube presence in like 10 years. Yeah. So like this was back when he was like actually really popular and before everyone like was pointing out how problematic his stuff was. Yeah, so old Flash animations that had secret Easter eggs. Old Flash animations. Like, I never was into Flash animations, personally, because I was never really on like Newgrounds. I was on a site called Addicting Games, which if you go to right now is still live. And it is so sad to see the state as it is in because they pump out like IO games like weekly because they're like, we release games weekly. There are ads everywhere, which it used to always have ads, but it's very much so like after the death of Flash, they had to completely improvise their business model or their like presentation model. And they've tried converting a whole bunch of old Flash games into like newer versions, but they broke a bunch of them. All of the IO games that they're making are just kind of, they don't feel passionate because they're just, let's make it, we need to release like 10 games a week so that we can say that's what we're doing. Just make like another puzzle platformer that is mechanically identical to the last 8 you made. The death of Flash was a tragedy. Yeah, addicting games, unironically, like, I did not grow up with Newgrounds. I did not grow up with Congregate or Cool Math Games. I knew about Armor games. I didn't play on Armor games, though. I played on addicting games, and addicting games got the trickle down of sites like Armor games. I did go to Armor games, however, to play a game called Siegius, which this is a game where it was a lane where you have like a castle over here and your enemy is a castle over here, and you have to spawn in units, and it doesn't have dedicated tracks of enemies. It's like, I want to spawn an enemy here, or I could spawn an enemy like here, or like 2 pixels down. Like it was pretty open, and they would have a range of threat. So it would be like, my range of threat is here, and then they would just walk, and then they would like attack the enemy base, kind of like a Age of War. But you had archers because you were commanding Caesar, and you were fighting the Gauls. I think I can't remember who their commander was, but like you were the Romans fighting the Gauls, or you could play the Gauls fighting the Romans. But on Armor games, there's an exclusive third faction where it was just a bunch of boars, and the devs of the game inserted themselves as special heroes on the boar faction, but not as like anthropomorphic boars or furries or anything, literally just as dudes. And like the artist had like a easel or a paint thing as his shield, and a paintbrush as his spear. And then the programmer had a mouse and keyboard whip he would use. Remember oh my gosh, Kingdom Rush. So I don't know. This was just so this is like one of the few games I went to Armored Games for. Kingdom Rush is a game I consider to be, quote unquote, a new Flash game, in that it was released only like 13 years ago, which is wild to say, right? Kingdom Rush is still, they've been making more games. They've moved to Steam. They had a business model, much like how Bloons has a business model where it's fun enough on its own that they don't need to be a Flash game. They can move. Like, I think Bloons moved pre-Flash Death, and so did Kingdom Rush, which is why they're still successful. Because Bloons with TD5 hopped on like the mobile game track. I don't know what Kingdom Rush has done, but I know Kingdom Rush is on Steam. So Kingdom Rush is a game that I consider new because I was playing Flash games for years before the first one came out. Want to know it's Age of War 2 is another like one that I absolutely love. Warlords, Call to Arms, which I actually recently just watched a whole video. Not recently, like this is months ago at this point. I watched a whole video talking about the Warlords series. I did not know it was a series. Apparently there's 3 games deep, and it gets progressively worse but more complicated as it progresses. There was a Warlords spin-off action adventure game called Warlords Heroes that, again, I see as like a newer game because I was playing Warlords, and years later I discovered Warlords Heroes. So then I played it and I was like, oh my gosh, so cool. I remember finding Kingdom Rush Frontiers on Flash Game Site and getting all excited. The one with Desert as first level. That sounds like Kingdom Hearts. It's Kingdom Rush 1, Origins, Frontiers, Vengeance, and now the 5th one is called Alliance. Yeah, it gets more complicated and worse things. Yeah. Well, because Warlords was similarly like a track-based, a lane-based fighting game where you had like tracks, and you would say like, do I want to put you there or there or there or there? And you had no resources, you had time. So everyone had a spearman, which was fast, a swordsman, which was tanky, and an archer, which had range. But you also had special units like a halberder or a mounted spearman or a mage. And then every faction had its own unique like capstone unit. Each of these took a certain amount of time to charge. So spearmen were the fastest. So if you want to just spam units, you can spam out spearman, 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 spearman. Whereas if you want to do swordsman, you might go swordsman, swordsman, swordsman. So it's the matter of, right? Like it's the matter of you can pump out 1, 2, 3, 4 by the time you get out 2. So in this fight, the swordsmen are going to win because they're tankier, they're stronger, they deal more damage, but the spearmen are faster. Not just in charging speed, but also movement speed. So if I put a single spearman here, my spearman is going to get to like here on the map by the time you can get out a swordsman. So what happens is that I just need to get my units to walk through your side of things. So I can either play a horde army where I spam swordsmen. I can play a gun line where I spam archers. I can do mages, which are super powerful but super slow. Or I can invest in my special unit, which for the undead, which was the faction I mostly played, was a flail, which was like super slow, super tanky, killed anything it touched, right? The trolls had a mountain troll, which was like twice the size of a normal unit and could kill anything in one hit and would take like ridiculous amounts of punishment, but it's the slowest unit in the game. Another game that I really liked was Stick War. This was a game where I'm just now realizing how many Flash games were just like, you're on the left side, enemy is on the right side, send your units to go fight them. Because this was another one where it's just like, you have a base with a statue, they have a base with their statue. You have resources around it that you need miners to collect. And then you have units that you can buy, which you can either have defend your base, you can have them fall back behind a picket line where they become archers and defend your tower, your statue from range, but your statue is vulnerable. So if you have only like one soldier, you might call them back so they can still deal damage where they're safe, but your statue's taking damage, or you can have them attack. But also, you could manually control characters. So I could have all of my guys defending my base. I could run up controlling a swordsman, kill their econ units, and then run away. Meanwhile, they're just struggling to get resources. And then like the different factions that were there was a nation where they only used swords, so you fought them and then you got swords. There was a nation that only used bows, so you fought them, you got bows. And then like there were wizards, and at one point like the sword faction and the bow faction team up against you. So now you have to fight bows and swords. There was a faction where like they ambush you. So it's literally just like survive for 5 minutes of nonstop onslaught. There was a mission where there's an army ready to siege your camp. So you have like 3 minutes to prepare, and then at sunset, a massive force is just going to hit you all in one wave. You better be ready. You think you played this game? There were so many good Flash games. And when I think of Flash games, I think of like escape the car. I think of like Flash escape room style games, which I think is part of why I love escape rooms so much now, is because escape the car. It's just a puzzle game where you're stuck and like you have one frame of view, and then if you turn to the left, like this is the front of the car, it's the dash, right? And then if you turn to the left, this will be like the door, right? And if you turn to the left again, this will be like, whoop. This will be like the back seat. Right? And like it's a puzzle game where you have to find like, okay, there might be a box cutter hidden under the footrest of the seat, and the box cutter opens up a piece of tape that's on the bottom of the dash, and then like once you remove the tape, then you get a lighter, and with the lighter you can use it to melt some wax that's on the side of the car door, which when you melt away the wax, that reveals a battery that you can put in a remote that you find in the back seat, and then the remote on the back seat opens turns on the TV on the heads up display, and then the TV gives you a code that you can enter into the side door. Like that's the sort of stuff that you do. The Assassin's Guild were the best melee unit, and they have the best voice lines. And Frontiers. Undead, Era's lich coded is further confirmed. I am not dodging the lich allegations. The only way I'm dodging the lich allegations is if I'm a vampire, which how many of you have not seen my vampire outfit? I do have a vampire outfit that I wore for Halloween last year. Zombatron was a great Flash game, and I played a lot in the SAS zombie games. The one where you start as a caveman with a cave and other cave on the right become infested with aliens? I don't remember that one. That sounded like Age of War for a second, but I remember I liked that the stickmen had cooler looks as you upgraded them. Yeah, in Stick War. Because if you upgraded them, like your sword would start like this. But then if you upgrade it, it becomes like it just becomes bigger. And then the next one gets like a fancier crossguard and it is larger. And then the next one is like, they all become like, I don't know, like Zweihanders, right? So it's the idea that as you upgrade your units, they physically look different, which was super cool. And those games with driving a car through a zombie apocalypse called like Earn to Die. I like the cars look more. Yeah. Because there was so much. That's the thing. In the era of Flash, people were doing this because they cared. They were not doing it for money because they couldn't get money from it. They were not doing it to get noticed by a big studio because that wasn't going to happen, at least in most cases. They were not doing it to run ads because they were hosting on a site because they cared. And I think that the ability to monetize a passion project that you've put forward is a useful and necessary thing for art to flourish in society. The issue is that by allowing it to be monetized, you completely change the interface between creator and consumer. And that's unfortunate. Art suffers under anything, whether it's communism or fascism or capitalism. And I understand that that's a mixture of political and economic systems, but art suffers whenever art is distasteful to the status quo. And art inherently pushes boundaries by its existence. Art will struggle always, and that struggle is what gives art meaning. Have I read the webcomic Girl Genius? I have not. I'm not big on webcomics. I'm not anti-webcomics. I have some manga that I've been meaning to continue reading. I have one manga that has just been on my phone. I talked about this on stream. It's Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. Which is about a girl who basically, like, in order to get a recommendation from her homeroom professor, she has to convince a delinquent girl to come to school. And it turns out that the delinquent girl has a crush on her. So it ends up being that in order to get the girl to come to school, they end up making a deal where the lonely girl will make one request of the main character every day in order to come to school every day. And then it starts with them kissing. And then from there, you think, oh, wow, that sounds very unhealthy. And it is. And it's addressed that, like, hey, I like you enough that as much as I enjoy being able to use my requests to get intimacy with you, I recognize that that is not healthy for either of us. So I'm going to stop with the requests because I care about you. And then by that point, they've already gotten to know each other so well, and they're already so close that the MC is like doing it, taps fingers, because I kind of like it. And then it ends up being like, it's super cute with them. They end up getting together. Like it's Yuri. It's safe for work, I should say. This is not like anything bad. But they're super cute together. And my favorite thing about this series, well, I have two favorite things. First off is everyone's so direct, which, like, in the first chapter, it's set up, hey, you suck at tests. How are you going to get into college? Oh, you need a recommendation. I can give you a recommendation if you get this girl to come to school. Student says, okay, cool. Does that, gets the girl to come to school. The delinquent girl immediately finds out, hey, you're only spending time with me because the professor wants me to come to school so you can give me a recommendation. Okay, I'm fine with that if you do a request for me. And then they do requests. And then as soon as they start thinking, hey, I don't know how I feel about these requests, they just communicate with one another and say, I don't know how I feel about these requests. I'm going to stop doing it because I care about you more than I care about the gratification of being able to, like, have you kiss me whenever I want. And then, like, it's so often where one of them will, like, have a miscommunication, or they'll be anxious, or they'll, like, have some issue, and then they'll just, like, be like, hey, taps fingers, is this a problem? And then the other one will be like, no, stupid, you're fine. And then they deal with it like adults, despite the fact that they're high schoolers. That is, like, one of my favorite things in this entire thing. The second thing that makes me love this series so much that I looked up the mangaka so I could find more of their work was that, and this is a little bit spoilers, so it's kind of like core to the series, but it's not, like, gonna ruin your experience. They end up getting together, as you would expect. However, and remember, this is strictly spoilers, so careful. They get together at, like, the halfway point. This manga is like 32 chapters or something, like 39 chapters or something. It's like in the 30s for chapters. They get together like chapter 15, 16, which means you then get almost as much time, if not more so, of them being together and being cute and, like, having a happy and healthy relationship where they communicate and, like, love each other, than just them kind of, like, pining after each other, which, like, is so peak. I'm not even gonna lie. It is so peak that you see them go from, hey, I have a crush on you and I'm going to exploit this relationship we have in order to gratify myself with that, to the other one being like, actually, I kind of like this. And then the first one being like, well, I don't want to exploit you, so I'm going to stop despite the fact you say you're okay with it. And then, like, it goes on from them, like, they're pining after each other, and then they have a crush on each other, and then they're like spending more time together, and then they become really good friends, and then they're like in love with their best friend, and then they end up getting together, and then they just keep being cute. They keep being wholesome. You're very picky with your romance stories, but it sounds like it has very few, if any, of the problems. No, that's the thing. I'm super picky. I spent like 10 minutes complaining at the end of Armored Core 6 the other stream about how like it's so difficult for me to care about characters. It's so difficult for me to be invested in a story that is like where I don't feel I have a strong connection to the characters. So this is something where the characters, first off, they're cute together, but they're independent characters by themselves. The main characters are Ayaka and Sora. Ayaka is the MC. Sora is the delinquent girl. And they have their own distinct personalities. And they have their own distinct interests. Like, Ayaka has this whole sub-arc about how she can, like, basically figure out what she wants to do with her life. Where Sora just doesn't really care about that. And then seeing Ayaka realize, like, hey, I love kids. I love working with kids. My family are teachers. And I've always assumed I was going to be a teacher. But now I realize, well, I don't have to be a teacher, but I want to work with children. So I can be a like kindergarten teacher. I can be an elementary school teacher. I can be a teacher of children because I'm good at it. It's what my family does. It's what I care about. I can meld these disparate aspects of my life on my own terms. And this inspires Sora to like get a part-time job and start actually questioning like, hey, what do I want to do with my life? How do I want to live after college? Because Sora is someone who has a very difficult home life and never really thought that far and never really cared about that sort of thing. She ditched school. So they have their own arcs. They help each other grow. Sora grounds Ayaka. She's super anxious, but Sora is so chill that she just like brings her back down to earth. Ayaka inspires Sora to actually have ambition in her life and push herself further. They both a little bit, and this is a little bit just because they end up becoming friends. You spend time with your friends. They end up not really spending much time apart from each other once like they start getting really close, which is a little bit of a shame because I would love to see more of them by themselves, like living their life and like interacting with other people. You do get a bit of that. You get like Sora at her job. You get Ayaka talking with other friends. They end up, oh my gosh, you don't know how heartbreaking it was. You know it's good when they go through a full class year. Also, this timeline of the story takes forever. It starts with them entering high school. It ends with them graduating. This is not something where they fall in love over the course of like 2 weeks. I think it's over the course of their entire like first class year is the timeline of their romance. And then they end up dating for like 3 years. It's so cute. And then, what was I going to say? I was going to say a thing. Oh, you know it's bad. You know it's so good when in the first year they get together. They're in the same class. It's so cute. Sora had a crush on Ayaka since they were in middle school. And now they're finally at the same high school, even though Ayaka had really good grades. And this is like a second-rate high school, which Sora just kind of went to because, oh, it was close by. And I actually managed to get into this one barely. Ayaka failed her entrance exam, so she can't go to any good high school. She has to go to the bad high school where Sora is, and Sora thought that she was never going to see Ayaka again, despite the fact she had a massive crush on her. And then Ayaka approaches Sora and is like, hey, you want to go to school together? And Sora's like, yes. And then falls in love with her because she's had a crush on her this whole time, and then ends up like with the request thing. They get together. They're in love. They're dating. It's so cute. Next year, they're not in the same class. It is heartbreaking because Sora is such an introvert. And Ayaka is such an extrovert, but she's so anxious. So Ayaka goes to her new class and immediately makes a bunch of new friends because that's just the sort of person she is. Sora immediately makes no friends and gets super in her own head of like, oh, okay, I guess Ayaka like doesn't need me anymore. Like, I guess now that we're out of the same class, like, it's just kind of how it is. Oh, well. And then like kind of resigns herself to that. And then Ayaka's just like, girl, what is your deal? You're my girlfriend. I'm not going to just like turn my back on you just because we're not in the same class. And Sora's just like, oh. And Ayaka's just like, you're so dumb. I love you. Like, that's what I mean when they're direct about their issues. Like, it bothers Sora reasonably that she sees her girlfriend when they're separated acclimate to the situation much better than she does. But her girlfriend still loves her and cares about her and wants to spend time with her outside of class. It's just they're no longer in the same class. Which, and that is something where that is culturally different. My understanding is that in Japan, which class you're a part of is basically the only people you're going to be interacting with in any sort of regimented schedule outside of like clubs and like free period. So it is reasonable to be like, oh, we went from like spending all of our class time together to not interacting at all during the day. And then now Ayaka's like, oh yeah, I'm going to go like have lunch with my new friends. So Sora's like, oh, we just don't get to see each other anymore. Okay, cool. But then after school, Ayaka's just like, you dummy, we're dating. I'm going to make time for my girlfriend after school. It's so cute. But these two, so cute. I love them. That sounds more healthy than a bunch of relationships people have in real life. No, like literally, it is healthy, but still rife with like anxieties and insecurities that make it feel real. It still has tension in the relationship from the unique personalities of the characters. For instance, Ayaka is super anxious in her own head, needs validation, and Sora is able to provide that when she isn't pulled away. So there are instances where Sora pulls back and Ayaka needs like attention. Because what I described, Sora was the one who was like, oh, I guess I'll just like pull back because like Ayaka doesn't need me anymore. Ayaka being like super extrovert, super attached, super clingy, or not clingy, but like actively engaged is like, lol, nope, I steal you. But there are periods where like Sora pulls away because that's how she responds to she's conflict avoidant. Meanwhile, Ayaka is very conflict anxious. But I didn't mention the best part, or one of the best parts. This story is secretly 2 Yuri stories in one. There are side characters who have their own Yuri sub-arc and go on their own Yuri adventures with their own cute relationship that develops in the background and then gets focused on once Ayaka and Sora get together. It's so cute. No, and like literally. So, okay. I'm just going to keep ranting. I'm going to keep ranting about this. You're very picky when it comes to comedy. So am I. So am I. That's why I was so thrilled to have this. I was so thrilled to read this and just go wild over it. Because what happens? Part of the way through first semester, oh my gosh, new student comes in. Whoa, this is before Ayaka and Sora are dating. Wow, she's super like upbeat and cheerful. She gets sat next to Sora. Ooh, instantly becomes Sora's friend. Ooh, Sora. So again, like it's Japan, so at this point they don't know each other well enough to like first name basis. So they're generally calling themselves like last names with honorifics. And then like first conversation, Wakana, this transfer student, is like, hey, can I call you Sora? Would you mind? And then Sora's like, yeah, that's chill. And Ayaka's like, I don't get to call you Sora. And like gets super like, oh no, in my own head. And I thought it was going to be a love triangle. I thought it was going to be Sora in the middle, Ayaka as like this being like the Bella and Edward, so to speak, like the end game. And then Wakana was going to be like a one-off, like, oh no, will they, won't they? Ha ha ha. That's not what happened at all. Ayaka and Sora are talking. They're on school grounds. They kiss, which, let me remind you, this is like, I mean, I think it's set in like 2020 because like it was written around like 2022-ish, like 2020 through like 2024. I don't know when it's set. They have to be down low because it's Japan. Like, despite the fact that they're super cute, they're super healthy, they're super wholesome, they have to be down low in public, and both of them are super nervous about that. It's actually a running theme throughout the series of like, despite how much they love and care about each other, they're constantly at odds with how they can present that love to society and to their families and all of that stuff. Wakana shows up, sees them kissing. This new transfer student sees them kissing and just kind of goes like, oh my, interesting. And they don't know she saw them kiss. So what happens is that then Wakana makes it her mission to get them to start dating. We love Wakana in this house. She sees them. I thought she was going to be the third leg of a love triangle. No, she is playing matchmaker. She ships them as hard as I do. And she gets one of the other side characters who... I can't remember her name. I feel so bad. Anyway, she and one of the other side characters both figure out that each other know. And Ayaka and Sora don't know that anyone knows. So now there is a secret, let's get Ayaka and Sora to start dating fan club made of secondary characters who conspire to get Ayaka and Sora to start dating. And then the fan club members start dating each other at one point, and it's so cute, and they get their own one shot, and in it, I can't remember. Wait, so let me look this up right now. Can't defy the lonely girl. It's loading. Is there a character list? There is. Wait, is this a character list? No, it's not a character list. No. Aw, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, so it was released in English in 2024, but it was originally written in 2020. Got it. Yeah, someone even, like, one of the reviews of this series literally says, despite the goofy premise that initially veered a little closer than I liked to something that could have gone into boundary breaking and unhealthy relationships, this series has been actually quite gentle and sweet. It's so good. I need to find characters. I think it's Yuna. I just remembered. So there's a one shot where Yuna, this is like post-graduation. This is after they started dating. She's in college. She is talking to some of her friends, and her friends are just like, hey, like, do you want to go out after class? And she's like, sorry, I got plans. They're like, oh, do you have a boyfriend? And then she's like, I don't have a boyfriend. And then Wakana, the transfer student from before that I thought was going to be a third leg in the love triangle, ended up being a matchmaker. Rolls up, leather jacket, motorcycle. Says, sorry, ladies, she's got business with someone else. And then Yuna walks up to her, gets on the back of her motorcycle, Wakana drives off. And then all of Yuna's friends just go, she's such a stud. This, like, I have another manga I've been reading. I've talked about it before. How I Got Invited to an All-Male Mixer. It's a het story of 3 guys who go on a blind date with 3 girls, but the 3 girls work at a cross-dressing bar. So initially they're like, why are we on a date with these 3 guys? Turns out they're all women, and then they all end up getting paired off. And it's really cute. It's ongoing. It's super sweet. I didn't watch the anime. I want to watch the anime. I've been keeping up with the manga. That is one of the only manga I've actively been keeping up with. But I gotta say, so I've read All Male Mixer. I read All Male Mixer. I've read Can't Defy Lonely Girl. I've also read JoJo's Part 6. And like technically I've read sections of other manga. I read a little bit of Naruto like 15 years ago. But like Can't Defy the Lonely Girl, easily my favorite manga I've ever read. And the funniest part of all of this, the funniest part of it, which I would laugh so hard if they're live right now. That'd be so funny. The mangaka behind Can't Defy the Lonely Girl is a Japanese-speaking VTuber who actively streams. And I am a larger content creator than them. Read Witch Hat Atelier, please. It's got some super fun and fascinating world building. If you have any suggestions for manga, by all means, drop it in drop it in the Discord. But no, the funniest part of this to me is the fact that after all of this, they are another VTuber who also streams. And I want to get to and I'm technically a larger content creator than them. I want to get to the point where I can give them a shout out. Cross cultural boundaries, cross linguistic barriers, and just be like, this VTuber made awesome Yuri. No, Maddie, you can't just say Discord and hope it manifests. This isn't Twitch. There's no command for that. Okay, so I have just ranted about Yuri manga for like 20 minutes. What do I think about the idea of people... What do I think about the kind of drifter that tries to catalyze people into forming additional sins in areas so they can stay on the human side for longer? I think that's a very interesting... idea for a drifter. And I would want it to be a more sentient form of drifter, or like a pest. Because like the pests they're described as the fauna of the psychic sea. They're basically just animals. They are the green-haired representation of Mother Nature of the psychic sea. And they're basically just animals. I would want it to either be that drifter is like an animal. That drifter is like an animal that like it just has a biological process, a psychic process where it tries to inflict extra grace onto an individual. It tries to embolden the grace of individuals and inflict horrific circumstances onto them explicitly to form a sin to preserve its own tether, or for it to be more of like a entity, for it to be more of a creature that has a goal. And at that point, I would treat it like an imago almost, a discount sin, a drifter which has agendas and desires of its own, which would be really fun. What is my favorite subgenre of fantasy? Space fantasy, urban fantasy, high fantasy? I gotta say, I hate grim dark fantasy. I love dark fantasy. right? Also, like high or heroic fantasy is really fun. Like just the kind of like ideals behind them are super fun, but dark fantasy where everything is like depressing, everything is drab. Dark Souls is a fantastic example of that. Berserk is more grimdark, but like as a setting, dark fantasy is so macabre and melancholic, and just it draws to me so deeply. But like if I was to choose like what do I write, for instance, I tend to write a high fantasy. I tend to write a what I prefer, high fantasy, low magic, weird is weird. In that, in my setting, you have elves, you have dwarves, you have orcs, you have humans, you have goblins, and that's about it. But that's still fantastical. You still have creatures not native to our world. But magic is rare. Skeletons walk around and you have to fight them, but they're not common. Demons are horrifying. Extraplanar entities result in a schema shift in the local environment. It is a setting where, despite the fact that it does have fantastical elements, the weird is still weird. I think urban fantasy, I've kind of seen it overdone a bit. Space fantasy, the main example that comes to my mind is Star Wars. I think also Dune would fall under that. I'm not a huge fan of it. I like space fantasy in theory. In practice, I feel like it often ends up just being soft sci-fi, right? And I'm pretty hit or miss on that. So yeah, like I tend to write high fantasy, low magic, where the weird is weird, and the mundane is not the same as our own. Like, orcs are not considered fantastical in my world. Orcs are just another species, another ancestry, same as dwarves. They have differences than humans, but they are considered mundane. A skeleton walking around is not. A skeleton is considered inherently magical. What do I think of type 2, type 3 sin where they're Jekyll Hyde? I think that would not be a type 3. I think that would be a type 2 where they are bound together. I think that would be like a cat 1 centipede and or a cat 1 hound, where it's just indulging in vice and destruction and carnage, but it's not very high level. The issue that I'm coming across with that, though, is that could also just be like Dr. Jekyll is an exorcist, because in the original, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, basically the potion that Jekyll drinks is just a form shift. It is just a physical transformation. There is nothing mental. It is entirely Dr. Jekyll is an upstanding citizen of the Victorian sensibilities who would never... And then he drinks a potion, basically changes his shape, changes his body, and then indulges in whatever vice is unspecified. It could be anything from cannibalizing children to dressing in drag. We don't know. But he does unspeakable things for a Victorian audience. That, I would say, is closer to an exorcist than anything. But I think the modern incarnation of Jekyll and Hyde, where it's basically like the Hulk, that I would say is more of like a type 2 sin. Which I would say the Hulk is kind of like a type 2, type 3 sin, where it is a bound but type 2 sin. Based OSP fan spotted. Yeah, that is my go-to example with Jekyll and Hyde because of OSP. Like, the color, unlike anything seen on Earth. Like, OSP has been one of, like, if we want to talk like inspirations, like channels I've watched for years and years, like Matt Colville easily at the top of the list. Hands down, I think Matt Colville has inspired how I run games, how I write, how I live life, how I engage in my hobbies and pursuits. Like the Uncle Matt is real, right? OSP is another one. I've just watched them for years, regularly. I have since less regularly been watching them in the past couple of years because I'm so busy. I really struggle to watch their content actually because I get kind of like overstimulated because I'm trying to pay attention to the audio, pay attention to the visuals, which is like just red drawing, for instance, catch all of the jokes, catch all the captions, like all that stuff. That just kind of like, for whatever reason, it's too much for me. So I've had to like consciously stop watching. I have to just listen audio wise, which is why whenever a trope talk comes out, I'll generally wait until like I have a drive to put it on. I mostly listen to trope talks. And then there's also like gaming channels, like for instance, like Doug I've been watching for years. I mentioned RT Game and Bricky earlier. And then there's tons of VTubers who I watch. There's a couple who I've been watching longer than others. There's a couple who I used to watch and I've since stopped watching. But yeah. Urban fantasy dreaming cities, highly underrated. Krull is sci-fi fantasy. Interesting. Imagine an exorcist. Oh, you're trying to remind what it was called? Imagine an exorcist developed a sin with a palace that manifests as a cane black site, and it's impossible to tell what's real. An exorcist who... Okay, so... An exorcist who is bonded with justice, with the palace, blasphemy, who forms what would be the best sin to further the theme here? I think it would have to be an ogre, because hostile door patterns. And their agenda was the I think it's the black coat, where the whole agenda is like follow orders and make sure people follow your orders. Like it is a Kane loyalist, a basically like a brown nose, so to speak, who follows orders, doesn't question things, but because of that, because of the stress, because of the weight put on them, an ogre manifests, and suddenly the black site becomes like SCP containment breach. Hello, Rafik. That would be a good encounter. That would be an awesome hunt, I must say. What's my opinion on the new Playboi Carti album? I do not listen to much modern music. That is my answer. I have recently been listening to some Muse, but even then, I don't really listen to music that often. It's mostly just been like when I'm in the shower, I'll put on like Knights of Sidonia. I listen to a little bit of like Uprising. Like basically, I'm not one to listen to music because anytime I would, I'm doing something else. So I have no opinion on Playboi Carti's album. Did you practice to be able to yawn cutely, or does that... I mean, I didn't practice, but it is like... I can yawn, quote unquote, like non-cutely. Like I can yawn like, ooh, you know, like a traditional yawn, I suppose. It's just a matter of keeping my voice small as I yawn. And I basically just think like, how would a cat yawn? Like that. And that was an actual yawn. That was not me doing a bit. I am now yawning because I'm talking about yawning, and I'm tired. I'm always tired. I went to bed later than I expected. Also, I don't think that it's cute. I'm not going to lie. I try my best to not be obnoxious. That's really all I can hope for. Who are you and why were you in my recommendations? Also, what is my favorite class and subclass for said class? I'm Arrow Writes. I am a VTuber that talks about TTRPGs, writing, and most recently, I have been making a mega dungeon
one room at a time. And I've also been going through all of the different Lancer frames in Lancer. So like mech chassis. I talk about variety TTRPGs. Like I've been talking about Wild Sea. I've been talking about a TTRPG called Kane. I've been talking about the World of Darkness suite. And just, I want to inspire creativity in a community and bring folks together who otherwise wouldn't know about cool TTRPGs. Because up until a couple months ago, I didn't know about a lot of cool TTRPGs. Now I get to know about so many of them, and it's awesome. What is my favorite class and subclass for said class? I'm assuming you mean D&D 5e. I think the two best designed classes in 5e as of 2014, not the 2024 one, because I haven't played the 2024 one, the Paladin and the Rogue. And I can't remember, I've heard the take that there was, there were three classes that 2014 did really well. Rogue, Paladin, and one other. I think it was like maybe Cleric. I think it was Rogue, Paladin, Cleric were considered like the best designed like core classes. I played a Rogue from like level 3 through 18 at one point. I played a Paladin for like a couple levels. I played a Warlock from like level 5 to 18 at one point. Honestly, Eldritch Invocations really pushes Warlock up for me. Basically, if I had to choose a list, I think I would choose these 5. And if I had to choose just one of them, I think I would drop Barbarian, drop Cleric. I find myself wanting to play a Rogue more than anything else, because I played a Rogue years ago, and then I haven't played one since because I play so rarely. I don't want to repeat classes too much. So I haven't played a Rogue. So I've been wanting to play a Rogue for years. So I'd probably say Rogue. In terms of which subclass do I think is best, which is my favorite, I played a Thief Rogue, which I would argue is like one of the weakest subclasses in the game, but that was what made it fun to me, because I got weird things like a climb speed and the ability to use items as a bonus action. And I had a unique encounter where I was playing a West Marches server, and one of the DMs said, "Hey, I need explicitly a Thief Rogue for this mission because it's a heist. And it involves rapid fingerwork in lockpicking that only a Thief Rogue could do, not any Rogue could do it." And there was like 2 on the server, so I volunteered. And what it was is that we infiltrated a base. Like a mercenary outpost, where we had to sneak in. There was a like room that was filled with chests. I was sat in it, and I got 3 actions: an action, a movement, and a bonus action, where I got to make a lockpicking roll with advantage for my main action, normal for my movement, and disadvantage for my bonus, I think. And like some chests had 5 locks, some chests had 1 lock, some chests had 3 locks, like anywhere between 1 and 5. And there was like 15 chests. And I had to open as many of those chests as I could, get the loot to our monk, who I handed them to him. He cast jump on himself, jumped over the wall of the base. So it's like a wall here. Jump over the wall to like run out to the wood line, hand the stuff back, run back to me, jump back over. And like, we were in separate calls, all of us. So like I was in my own call, the monk was in their own call, the rest of the party was in their own call. The GM was hopping from call to call. The GM was hopping from call to call whenever it was our turn. So like they apparently accidentally alerted like a guard dog, and we're having this whole like stealth section that I had no idea about, because I'm in my own world focusing on these locks and occasionally being like, "Okay, monk, like what's the status? Like what's going on?" And the monk's just like, "We have a patrol coming in like 2 turns. You got to get ready to leave." And then would like leave with the stuff. And then I had to choose like, okay, what are my final 2 options? And it the mission ended with all of us getting busted and caught. So then we scattered, and it was like on a pier. So, or like we were right next to the ocean. So there's a pier over here. So I like run out, and I remember I just dove into the water, like flipped them off behind me, dove into the water, swam away, and then met up with my party. I was like, okay, what did we get? And I found like religious artifacts that we were stealing and selling to the Thieves Guild. I found gold nuggets, platinum dust. I found a chest that was just filled with raw fish. Like, some were good, some were bad. And it was up to me to figure out which chests had the best stuff in them, hand them to the monk, get as much as our pockets could fill, and just bounce. No, it wasn't a failed heist. It was a successful heist. We heisted. And then we got magic items from it, which was its own thing. But favorite subclass of rogue. I don't like the assassin. The arcane trickster is, I think, runs in the same issue as the 1/3 caster of the arcane, the Eldritch Knight, which I'm of the opinion, like, yes, it doesn't, like, I don't know. The arcane trickster and the Eldritch Knight feel like if they got all of their like 18th level abilities at level 7, they would be on par as some of the other subclasses, right? The Eldritch Knight and the Arcane Trickster are Wizards of the Coast saying, whoa, 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 you're a marshal. Let's not give you too much magic. And as a result, you sacrifice getting a subclass, so you get like 1 spell slot, 2 cantrips, and you get like 2 spells known. And then by the time you're 18th level, you get like 3 spell slots, 3 cantrips, and like 5 spells known. Yeah, you're a fighter that can cast haste on yourself. You're a rogue that can cast invisibility on yourself. That's not worth giving up an entire subclass. A little magic as a treat. I tend to play characters that fill a role or utilitarian purpose that other player characters might not have. So like a skill monkey. At that point, just dip a level. Exactly. Dip a level into Warlock. Pick up 3-level dip in Wizard instead of going 18 levels into Arcane Knight, like Eldritch Knight. Like, that's my problem with those. I played a Warlock, which was a Celestial Soul Warlock. Honestly, I played a Celestial Soul Warlock, which I played them as a support in a one-on-one game where I was the leader of a cult. And I explicitly built myself to be a support striker. I had healing, I had fire damage, and I had AoE. I didn't have melee, I didn't have armor, I didn't have support for me. I was like, I need a wall of allies between me and the opponent. And then that's what we did. Like, I started like 5th level, I had a bunch of like 3rd level cultists with me, and it was actually a super fun game. I lasted that character until like level 18, and I think I was 1 session away from ascending to godhood, and then I now no longer talk to that DM. So we were real close to like hitting level 20, because what they did is they reasoned, well, as a warlock, you get your powers from your patron, which is the deity that you are a cultist for. So what you're going to do is I'm going to give you multiple levels at a time. So instead of going from like 5 to 6 to 6 to 7 to 7 to 8, I'll go from like 5 to 7, like 7 to 8, and then 8 to 11, based off of how my patron was rewarding me for acting, which was a very interesting way of leveling up, I must say. It was very spiky. So I was like 1 session away from hitting level 20, even though I only hit like level 17 or 18, right? Like Inquisitives and Masterminds. Oh, I forgot about the Mastermind. I would say the Mastermind is probably my favorite subclass I have not gotten a chance to play. I want to play a Mastermind. I think it would be really fun to play a Mastermind for the Rogue. That's my answer. Favorite Rogue subclass, Mastermind, even though I've never played it. Yeah, so you zoned out who was hopping between calls. The DM was for that heist was hopping between calls between me, who was unlocking chests, the monk who was ferrying it back and forth, and then the party who was trying to gather all of it and stay hidden. What is my favorite past D&D character I played? I just talked about them. Those are my two favorite characters I played. It was a rogue who eventually took levels in cleric and then a little bit in barbarian, because it was very much I was much younger. I was doing character-oriented class leveling, and I felt that fit the character very well. Looking back on it, I think the barbarian was a bit much. I think I should have just stuck with rogue cleric, but hey, I was younger. I don't really care. And then my warlock, who's just a straight warlock. Those are two very different experiences, because one of them was in a West Marches style game, one of which was in a one-on-one game. And so I had the very different experiences of, in the West Marches style game, I was one of like hundreds of people, hundreds of characters, probably only dozens of active characters, but like I developed a reputation both in and out of game in that server. I had people who spoke of my character as the old guard, as one of the first characters, as one of the hallmark characters of the server, because I was super active when it first started. I wasn't there. I think I joined like within the first month or something, and I was active for like most of the summer it was going on. So that was a situation where I had this like legacy that other people knew about. And I was like role playing in public channels or whatever, because again, I was much younger. And then I had a one-on-one game where it was entirely, I was just the main character, because it's a one-on-one game. No one else is going to take the spotlight, but I played a character that was very like in the background, very just wanted to like keep their head down, have everything go smoothly, and the world was erupting around them. And funny enough, this character, I love telling this story. This character, my warlock, was meant to be a villain in the DM's normal group. The normal group started. I was invited. I was incredibly anxious, so I declined, but I still wanted to play. It was a sort of deal where like I very much was like, I'm literally being invited, but I feel anxious and posing, so I'm going to decline even though I really want to play. So then after the group got started, I mentioned this to the DM, and the DM was like, you're so stupid. How about I make a one-on-one game for you where you can be like a temporary villain that screws with them? And we're like, okay. What ended up happening, the group ended up being a bunch of murder hobos. They ended up not really caring about plot. And I am extremely narrative oriented and character oriented. I love it when, like, I love engaging with the plot, taking notes, figuring out what's going on, making plans, bringing the DM into my plans, being like, hey, this is what I want to do. Here's what I think will happen, but I'm not dead set on that. And the DM's like, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen. So the DM loved my character, and I think playing with me, I assume, because he would constantly complain about the other group and how like he preferred a plot-oriented game. So he's running for me. Eventually, I show up in their game. I, through shenanigans, befriended a lich. I befriended a lich, and they are exploring a dungeon. They get to the very bottom, and at the bottom, there is this, like, I don't know, radioactive material. It's a post-apocalyptic world that the lich wants. So I look at the party. I've never met them before, and I'm just like, hey, I would recommend hiding because you don't want to fight what's coming. And they're like, what? Is that a threat? And I'm like, no, I'm saving your life right now. And so they end up hiding. The lich comes down. I convince the lich to take only the thing that they wanted and leave everything else. And then the Lich leaves. And then the party gets upset at me because I basically like gave away the one item that the party wanted. And I'm like, listen, did you want to fight that Lich? Because the Lich even like demonstrated its power by like casting Finger of Death on like a caged monster and just instantly killing it. Just because I think the DM wanted to show the players like, oh yeah, this is a high level enemy. The players didn't care. They were still like, that's our stuff. We fought for it. And I'm like, okay. So then we parted ways. I continued with my one-on-one because the story was not done. And then the DM was very excited to see it go to continuation. So yeah, those are two characters that I really enjoyed for completely different reasons. Green olives or black olives? I like both. I like green olives by themselves. Black olives tend to go on things like sandwiches or pizza or whatever. So I'm down with both. How do I feel about universes where there's no aliens, but instead just all genetic variations of humanity, either natural or artificial? So a little bit like Lancer. That is... So my setting goes all the way from prehistory to space age. And that's a little bit what my setting does. I'm not going to really deal with the Fermi paradox in my world. I think that the idea of spacefaring alien civilizations is cool, but as much as I want to include that in my setting, I'm not touching that right now. I'm not dealing with that. So, of any spacefaring aliens who come across, they are just descendants of humanity. They are just other humans. And there's no like FTL or anything. It's literally just like in the nearby planet system, there are other humans that are on other planets. That's all you get. So I wouldn't say I think that's better or worse than Aliens Galore, but it is what I personally do. What happened January 18th? I'm not saying. Listen, I listed January 17th as we're not talking about that. Y'all are asking about the day before and after. I'm not going to break. I'm not going to give you any information. If you were a gacha unit, what would you do to be worth pulling for? I think, unironically, if I was in gacha, I would be like, so like I've heard it's like a 2 to 4 star sometimes. It's like a 3 to 5 star. It's a whatever the system. I feel I would be a low tier unit. But I'm one of those characters who is like I was gonna say exposition-y. Like I'm important to the early game plot because I help get you situated. I think what it might be, going with the kind of like mob boss vibe that we have going for me, I think I might be a like I buff other units. My thing, my unique mechanic is that I don't just buff other units. I also give you extra actions, or I give you like, I allow you to bring in basically like a side deck of other characters in a fight. So it's the sort of deal where I'm allowing you to broaden the scope of other characters. Whether that kind of is in like a support, like damage buff role, or if that's in a more like utility, breaking the mechanics of the game role, I think that's what it would be. I don't think I would be like, I consider myself like a glass cannon a lot of the time. But funny enough, I don't usually play DPS in like hero shooters. I play like tank. Or support. Mostly because I'm not good enough at the game to play a DPS. But I don't know. I think it would be interesting to have a mechanic that entirely revolves around like changing the formation of the battle and benefiting you in a way that is not directly mechanically beneficial, but it allows you to like use the special like ultimate ability of a character you have on deck who isn't in the battle. So for like Marvel Rivals terms, if you don't have a Luna Snow on your team, I can give you the Luna Snow ultimate, right? I think that would be interesting and kind of fit with the vibe that I have of telling stories while also like having like a mob boss of like my chat who all shoots each other. I also think some people might just straight up be like, I like the art, which I think it would be very cute to have a like gotcha style, like 5-star art made of me, whatever that would be, whatever that would look like. But I'm not the one who comes up with that. So I believe it was briefly mentioned before, but would you ever do a stream or a video where you react or overview homebrew? That is something I want to reserve for something like Patreon, because I've had multiple people bring up like, hey, can you test out my TTRPG system? Hey, I have homebrew you want. Hey, blah, 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 blah. And for just bottlenecking the amount that I get asked that is something that I would want to reserve for homebrew. I might not, or for Patreon, I might not make it costed. I might make it's free via Patreon, but like a preference for if you paid, or like I do a mixture of like both paid and unpaid kind of deal. I would want it to be tied into the Patreon because I want to give more content for those that support me. And also homebrew is something that I'm interested in, but is less my specific, like is less me giving you my own original ideas and more so me just kind of critiquing your ideas and giving a spotlight to community members, which I want to do, but bottlenecks. Who wins, a single Cat 2 Hound or 4th generation vampire from the World of Darkness any clan? 4th generation World of Darkness vampire. Like a 4th generation vampire is on par with a virtue, if not stronger. 6th generation is considered so powerful that player characters are not allowed to be them. Oh my, really? Who's on Twitch? Of all of the places, I forgot this happened. So imagine a 5th and then a 6th. Or not a 5th and then a 6th. A 5th and then a 4th. I think a Cat 2 Hound that was going after probably like a Gen like 7 or 8 would probably be like a fair fight. Because if you look at 10th gen, well, so think about it like this. Assuming mechanics are basically the same in each, if I'm a like, I don't know, if I'm a 10th gen vampire of any clan, if I have social stats, I have bodyguards. If I have physical stats, I'm higher in cat physicality. I probably have guns. I probably have swords. I probably can punch you. A Cat 2 Hound is just going to charge you and be hard to kill. It is going to deal high damage. It is going to take high damage, and its myrmidons are going to be foot soldiers. It's not going to be that bad. I think anything like any vampire, any kindred that has like more than 20 points of experience, I think Thrash is a Cat 2 Hound. Because even if you're like a Ventru, which is the archetypal like king that like has no combat abilities, they have access to Fortitude, which can, in addition to their natural resilience to like physical harm, they can like get way more health. They can get way more resistance to mental effects. They can protect themselves physically. And then with their mental domination, they can send in a SWAT team to take out the Hound. They can get a PMC on their payroll and take out the Hound. I think in a 1v1 fight of like, they're locked in a room, Hound here, Vampire here. I think even like a 10th gen Bruja that has like 20 points of experience, they have points in celerity, they have points in potence. They beat that Hound because a Vampire can regenerate. A Hound might be able to regenerate. Generations in Vampire the Masquerade can be hit or miss. Some 4th gens are nigh unstoppable, while others are super strong vamps. And that's the thing. As the game has progressed,
Yummers.
there's been a sliding scale of like 4th gen used to just be super powerful. Now 4th gen could like single-handedly take over a continent. Right? Because before you were like a 10th gen. Now you're like a 13th gen. Before, a 6th gen was just considered like might have been your sire's sire. If you see a 6th gen in the Final Nights, you are either extremely trusted by one of the most powerful vampires in the world, or you are about to die. Like, the power scaling of Vampire the Masquerade has slid over time. There's that one 4th gen Banu Hakim stat sheet that has incredibly high stats at the end. It says in the appendix, if he was serious, he won't lose. When did we get a Yummer sound effect? So on Twitch, if you become soup, that says Yummers. Okay, so in Vampire the Masquerade, you have 2 important stats that are basically like a little bit like your level, but it's more set in stone than that. You have your generation. You also have your blood potency. Your generation is how many generations removed you are from the original vampire, often assumed to be the biblical Cain. So Cain, not that Cain, is a 1st generation vampire. A 2nd generation vampire is the descendants or the childer, the vampires that Cain directly made of Cain. A 3rd generation are all of the ones that Cain's childer made, that Cain's childer sired. And then a 4th gen is the ones that Cain's childer's childer sired. So all in all, in you playing, this is called Vampire the Masquerade. It is a part of the World of Darkness. If you are playing a 10th gen vampire, Cain sired. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is the biblical Cain, or the first vampire, or whatever. You're generally weaker than a 10th gen. You're generally playing in Vampire the Masquerade V5 a like 12th or 13th or maybe even a 14th gen vampire. The idea being is the farther and farther you get from Cain, the weaker and weaker your blood. A 10th generation vampire is still super strong. A 13th generation vampire is still super strong. A 14th generation vampire cannot make new vampires. The blood of Cain is so thin that they are incapable of making new vampires. There will not be vampires of the 15th generation. And blood potency is something that is a sliding scale within generation. So if you are a 10th generation vampire, you might have a blood potency range of 3 through 6. So that means when you become a vampire, if your sire, the vampire who sired you, was of the 9th generation, you would be of the 10th generation. Your blood potency would start at 3. You can then, over the course of play, upgrade, put points into your blood potency to get basically stronger blood on par with like a 9th gen or an 8th gen or even a 7th gen. The issue is your generation determines the limits of your blood potency. So a Gen 12 vampire has a blood potency of 1 through 3. So even the most potent blood that a 12th generation vampire can have is equal to the least potent blood a 10th gen can have. And then meanwhile, a 5th gen vampire might have a blood potency of like minimum 5, maximum 7. Right? Because the idea of the closer you are to Cain, the higher your baseline and maximal blood potency is. The most potent blood of a 10th generation vampire might be more potent than the least potent 5th generation, but that's assuming the 5th generation vampire got turned within the past like 100 years. They probably over time are like at blood potency 7. Darn thin bloods back in my day with size as many as he wanted back in 100 BC. Yeah. Also, I think you can cannibalize other vampires and grow in power, but it's like ultra forbidden by Camarilla. So, the process of diablerie is if you, as a vampire of generation, let's say 10, drink and drain the blood of a vampire who is of a generation higher than you, i.e. 9/8. So like whenever we say higher, we mean closer to Cain. A 13, or I suppose lower, So stronger, I'll say stronger generation, closer to Cain. If you drink them and drain them dry, you have diablerized them, which involves a couple things. First off, your generation will move one closer to Cain. So if you consume a 9th gen vampire, you will become 9th gen. However, as a 10th gen, if you consume an 8th gen, you will still become a 9th gen. You do not skip. Also, the consciousness, the soul, so to speak, the resonant blood of that vampire you just took into yourself attempts to assert control over you. If you diablerize a vampire, they have a chance to take over your mind and you get a complete factory reset and their personality just takes you over. So this means you would still be, basically, you would then become them, but in whatever blood potency you would increase to. So if they were an 8th gen, if you somehow subdue, drain, and drink an 8th gen, you would become 9th gen, and then you would be taken over by their personality, and now they effectively just went down to a 9th gen. They were an 8th gen, their body is now drained, and now in your body, they are now you, but they are now 9th gen. You Highlander another vampire, exactly. And the Camarilla, the vampire government, says this is turbo illegal with basically a single exception. There is a single exception that is brought up in canon, as far as I'm aware. And that is if the prince of a domain calls a blood hunt, it is often added that if you are a caitiff or a thin blood, basically you have no clan, you are not native to any clan, or your blood is so thin you cannot make a new vampire. If you capture whoever, the prince says, I declare a blood hunt on Hydra. Everyone can kill Hydra if you bring me proof of Hydra's death. If you send them to the final death, you are justified because I have declared a blood hunt. However, if DP is a caitiff, if you capture Hydra, bring Hydra to me and say, my prince, I am a caitiff, this is Hydra, you declared a blood hunt on them, I request your permission to diablerize them so that I can no longer be a caitiff. I, as the prince, will say, you have served me well, this is a blood hunt, they have been marked for death, you have my permission to diablerize them. You would then drink Hydra dry, you would consume their soul. assuming you win the kind of like mental coin flip, the like the battle of wills, you would then take on whatever their clan was. If Hydra was a Ventru and you were a caitiff, you now become a Ventru. And the reason this is the case is because the Camarilla hates caitiffs, hates thin bloods, but they hate whoever they declared a blood hunt on more. So if you act against the Camarilla and you act against your prince and you get a blood hunt called on you, the Camarilla basically says, hey, caitiffs, thin bloods, we hate you, we think you're disgusting. How would you like a chance to make amends for the offense you have brought upon your prince by simply existing? And most caitiff and thin bloods would jump at the chance, which is why it's super effective at getting the lower dregs of the Camarilla to turn against anyone that has a blood hunt called against them. Because everyone wants to win that lottery of, okay, I captured the person the prince doesn't like, the person the prince wants dead. I will bring them before the prince, and then they will give me permission to no longer be a caitiff or thin blood. And then I will finally be accepted into society. The issue is, the Camarilla is super big on like bloodlines. The Camarilla is super big on like, oh, who's your sire? Who is their sire? What generation are you? What deeds did your grandsire do in service of the Camarilla? So if you say, I'm a Ventru because I diablerized a Ventru by grace of the Prince of New York, no one in the Camarilla is going to respect you as they would a Ventru. You are going to be treated as a caitiff that is cosplaying as a Ventru for all eternity. But caitiffs and thin bloods don't know that. Caitiffs and thin bloods are drinking the Kool-Aid, the suspiciously crimson-colored Kool-Aid, and assuming, if I do this, everything will be fine. If I do this, I will finally be accepted. And it's such an interesting like point of note to have. Well, vampires care about blood, wild. How bad is that? In the Camarilla, it's basically like feudal lordship. So imagine I guess the best comparison would be, imagine you're in like 9th century France and you're like the king, basically like you're a peasant. The king says, okay, you're a lord now. And then all of the other lords refuse to acknowledge you as their equal because you were born a peasant. But then instead of like, you have to deal with that for like 40, 50 years and then you die, you have to deal with that for like 600 years. And no one ever lets you live it down. And even new lords, even new vampires who are brought into the Camarilla centuries after you, who you are more powerful than, who you have more money than, who you have more influence than, they don't respect you because, oh, you're a peasant. That is what you have to deal with for all eternity. But caitiffs and thin bloods don't know that. And that's how the Camarilla gets them. That's what you just lie and you make up a story about your sire. Exactly. And that's what you do, is that after you realize no one's going to respect you if you explain your like state sanctioned diablerie, you just make up a story. And then you have to spin a web of lies and keep that web of lies up forever. And remember, vampires don't die. They don't age. They don't decay. You have to keep that story up forever. And this is not, oh, I'm curious about you, let me ask. Oh, Pog, like, that sounds like really cool. They'll be like, oh, you say that your sire was the primogen of, Chicago. Actually, I have an associate who was turned in Chicago and goes there once a year for business. I'll have them introduce me to your sire next year. What do you do in that circumstance? What do you do when you say like, yeah, like my dad like works for Nintendo, and then the person you're talking to says, I know someone who works at Nintendo. like, give me his contact info. I can send, like, they can go say hi. Like, what do you do in that circumstance? Hey, I met that person. They never mentioned you. Exactly. Like, yeah. Oh, wow. It's crazy. You say that your sire was the seneschal of Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta. I grew up there and then I was turned there. I've met the seneschal and they're not even of your clan. Like, what do you do in that situation? And suddenly you have this one vampire who says, I found your secret. Now you have to do everything I say or else I will reveal this to everyone. And then what if that happens twice? Because remember, this is not over the course of like a couple years. This is over the course of centuries. One of my Zemitzi comes from a bloodline and traces back to Dracula, and the bloodline all seek to look like Dracula. Him, however, is the odd one out. V5 is very anarch focused, and because of metaplot reasons, elders have by and large effed off. Yeah. I thought the setting of Vampire the Masquerade was Camarilla versus Anarchs. And then like in the background, there's the Sabbat. Which that's because my introduction to Vampire the Masquerade really was like LA by Night. Turns out it's actually more of Camarilla v Sabbat with Anarchs in the background. So what I've done is in my setting, I've focused mostly, and also I think the Sabbat's really cool. I think the Sabbat's cool. Shut up. I've made it so it's mostly Camarilla versus Sabbat. So my roommate, who is playing a Werewolf the Apocalypse game, where it's a one-on-one game. I love one-on-one games. They are in a sept that is protecting a cairn, but they expressed that they wanted to deal with other supernatural entities. So they're like dealing with kindred and learning about that. Like, and they're as a player, they know more about Vampire the Masquerade than they do about Werewolf the Apocalypse. So it's been interesting for them to get false and incomplete information about kindred that they know is wrong, but then they have to play along with because their character doesn't know. So for instance, they finally met a stargazer who specializes in vampires. And basically the notes I wrote for myself was like, this stargazer knows about as much as your average fledgling would, because they have been studying, tracking, interacting with, and even negotiating with kindred for years. And they have about as much information as a fledgling would. They know about the Camarilla, they know about the Sabbat. They know that there are different clans, but they don't know their names. They know that vampires have the power to like hide in plain sight, mind control you, be super strong. They know that they're weak to fire, sunlight, and decapitation. Stake through the heart just paralyzes them. They know all of the basics, but they don't know what's the difference between a Ventrue and a Toreador. What is the political structure of the Camarilla? They don't know the Anarchs exist because everyone only talks about Camarilla versus Sabbat. They, for instance, this stargazer is investigating the circulatory system. So they know most of their information from the lens of who would be buying from the circulatory system. Yeah, like Malkavian, what's that? Like, I assume it's one of those like clans that they keep talking about, but I know some of them are like ugly, live in the sewers. I know some of them live in high rises, but like some of them can turn into animals. And actually, this stargazer was speaking with the player character, the werewolf. And so for those of you who don't know, stargazers in Werewolf the Apocalypse are a tribe of werewolf who are shunned by the rest of werewolf society because they basically think like 100 years ahead in all of their decisions, whereas the rest of the tribes think about the here and now. The stargazers think, so for instance, the example in the book says if a river gets dammed up, most Garo would think, how can I destroy the dam and make it so that we can stop it from being rebuilt? A stargazer would ask, what is the socioeconomic factors that made building a dam here profitable, and how can we disrupt that so that the dam is no longer even something that the humans want to build? That's the difference between a stargazer and a normal Garo. So the stargazer is thinking, how can I take down the entire system? How can I deal with the circulatory system, the Camarilla, the Sabbat? I'm not here to kill every vampire I see. I'm here to deal with the bigger fish. I'm here to take them down like I would a mob, which is you work with the little fish to take out the big fish. You get the squealers to rat out the superiors, and then you work with the superiors to take out the boss. That's how you that's unironically how the police deal with investigating organized crime. And you offer protection to those little fish to give up the big ones. Because otherwise, why would they? So they realize if you ever talk to a wolf and it doesn't seem to understand you, it's a vampire. Because mundane wolves and werewolves that are shape-changed can communicate with each other. Vampires that are wolves, I reasoned, can't, because they're not a true wolf. They kind of remind me of the Glasswalkers, as they're less fighty as the rest of the tribes. I've roped in together, and I've been making a bunch of memes with my roommate. We've been talking about the different patron spirits as vines, and we have decided that rat and spider are just a dynamic duo because they are the two most urban of the patron spirits, where the bone gnars, which are they'll dig in the trash to find the information no one else is willing to look for, but they always look out for their own. They're the Nosferatu of werewolves. And the Glasswalkers, these are a little bit Ventru-coded, though I would say the Silverfangs are the Ventru of werewolves. The Glasswalkers are utilizing modern technology, Weaver spirits, and human society to benefit Gaia and stem the apocalypse. Although I prefer the old patron spirit that was cockroach, because if there is one animal I associate with a city more than anything other, I think it would be a roach. I think roaches, rats, and pigeons are the three animals I associate with cities. So the fact that they removed it from being cockroach and they made it spider, where spider is so clearly Weaver aligned, I dislike it personally, even though they are a very Weaver aligned tribe. So we've been making a bunch of jokes about how rat and spider are just a dynamic duo going around and doing all of the vines, which are just two people hanging out. That's just all of those are just rat and spider. Also, what's a prince? So in Vampire the Masquerade, there is the vampire government, so to speak, called the Camarilla. And each city has a princedom with its own court. At the head of this court is the prince. Gender does not matter. You can be a male, female, non-binary prince, whatever. It's just the title of the ruler of a city. The Prince of New York, the Prince of Chicago, the Prince of Petty, whatever city you're in, if it's Camarilla controlled, it has a prince. Then it has a court, which... Sorry, I just got a bug. We were just talking about bugs, I guess. Then it also has a court, which has advisors. Which, real quick, I'm gonna go wash my hand because I just smacked a bug. My apologies. I'll be back in a minute, 30 seconds. My apologies for that. I just wanted to wash my hands after I smacked a fly. So in a princedom, there's a court, which generally of the... Is it 13 clans? Because I think there's 7 in the core book. Then it's Ravnos, Salubri, Zemitzi, La Sombra, Ministry. Am I missing any? Is it 12? I think there's... Or is it... So, those 5 I just mentioned. Then it's also... Malkavian, Ventru, Toreador, Nosferatu, Bruja, Gangrel. I feel like I'm missing one. Okay, watch that timer. Yeah. The Anarch's equivalent is the Baron and the Sabbat equivalent is the Dutch. At least in V5, it's not the Duchess. It's the Archbishop. It's the Archbishop is the ruler of a city in the Sabbat, where the Bishop is like their Primogen equivalent, and then you have priests, which are like pack leaders. The cities have to be big to have a prince, or it can even small towns. Yeah, so any city, so like any human civilization can have a prince. You can have a prince of Backwater, Alabama. However, vampires have an ego, vampires require status, vampires require bodies that they can feed off of, so they tend towards cities. Vampires in Vampire the Masquerade are predators that live in cities, whereas Garrow, werewolves, live outside of cities. They live in forests. They live in plains. They live in rural areas. Like changelings similarly live in cities. Because like that's where inspiration is, that's where creativity is, but not always. That's also where a lot of banality is. Mages can be anywhere. Wraiths can be anywhere. There are 14? Only in animal form. Your wolf form appears to all senses if you are a real living wolf. Ooh. I feel bad for pigeons. We domesticated them and then just got rid of them when they stopped being useful. Yeah. And now they are rats of the sky. Can even shield you from the werewolf gift sense worm. Ooh. Only gangrels and some Nosferatu like forests, and even they stick to parks. Yeah, so fun fact, gangrel canonically are the only vampire that werewolves tend to have any respect for. Because gangrel is the clan of like beasts. It's the clan of animalistic hunters. They are warriors. They are trackers. They're rangers and scouts. A big thing about gangrel is that if they're feeding on you and you fight back, if they like grab you, sink their teeth into you and like start draining your blood, and then you like put up a fight and try to like not just like run away, but like fight back. If you have a fight or flight response that is fighting, they are more inclined to embrace you, which is like turn you into a vampire, because that's what they look for in potential gangrel. And they are the only ones that vampires have any respect for because they're so nature oriented. They tend to have an affinity for animals. They tend to respect nature more than other clans. Who's above princes? So there are some positions above princes that are very well hidden. The main thing with being above a prince is an archon, a justicar, and then there's like some secret council of like global Camarilla. So the Camarilla, lots of vampires think it's a global institution. It's more like a confederacy of like-minded feudal lords. If I am the Prince of Hong Kong and you are the Prince of Buenos Aires, we probably don't know each other. We probably don't interact with one another. We probably run things very differently because of the cultures we hail from. That being said, we both follow the is it the tenets? Because that's very much like, that's what makes it a Camarilla prince, is that you follow or is it the doctrines? Basically, there's a set of rules that the Banu Hakim Hakata. Those are the two I forgot. Banu Hakim. Oh, I also forgot Tremere. Right, so I got 11. I forgot Banu Hakim, Hakata, and Tremere. Those are the three I forgot. It's not a global institution. It's just kind of like a shared ideology. But globally, there is a council of like super vampires. There are really high level, like I can't remember the difference between an Archon and a Justicar, but like basically, if you piss off the Camarilla as a whole, if you don't just like, oh, we're fighting the prince. If you like, no, we are going to take the prince, kill them. We took back Los Angeles from the Camarilla. The Camarilla might send in a Justicar. A Justicar is a super low generation, so like 4th or 5th or 6th generation, or just really close to Cain, that can effectively fight 100 vampires and probably win. That is exceedingly rare though, because they're so old. They are like, if you're a 4th generation vampire, if you're a 5th generation vampire, you are probably over 2,000 years old. So you don't care that the Prince of London is struggling to keep back those rabbling peasants. You care about the fact that like the world of vampires is ending. So you're not really focused on saving princedoms. You're focused on fighting the holy war of Gehenna. The Anarchs actually did that. Yeah, so back in I think it was the 20s. Like the 1920s, I should specify. The Anarchs took most of SoCal. It started in LA, and basically most of Southern California seceded from the Camarilla, banded together as the Anarch Free States, and just a series of barons who are basically like mini princes took over and effectively unionized their power. If one baron got attacked by the Camarilla, other barons were expected to come help them. Barons would sometimes fight each other over territory. Broadly speaking, they're on the same side. Now, the barons don't like each other. The barons are still vampires that would backstab each other as soon as they're able, but they broadly work together. And I think LA by Night is considered canon because Jason Carl is like the creative lead at White Wolf, last I checked. So the Camarilla in like the 2010s tried taking over the Anarch Free States and specifically LA, and the Anarchs fought them off. The Anarchs basically were disillusioned, were breaking apart. The Anarch Free States kind of fell apart, and then they banded back together under new leadership, under the player characters, to fight off the Camarilla. And all's well. Traditions, thank you. So it's a disconnected group that generally agree to follow the same rules and respect one's authority. Yeah, and in the Camarilla, some of the rules are just like, hey, when you show up to a city, you are expected to present yourself to the prince and ask to stay in their city. Because the whole idea is it's feudal. The entire city is the prince's domain. And then the prince, much like a king or lord, will lease out to vassals different pieces of land. So if we're talking, I don't know, let's talk New York. I will give to you, loyal vassal, you get the Lower East Side. And Eric, you will get the Bronx. And like blah, 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 blah. And sometimes it's big swaths of land. Most of the time it is you get this section of land, like this one block. However, I might give land to Maddie. Maddie, you are in control of all of Manhattan. And then Maddie will look at DP and say, DP, you get the, like, I will grant you all of Central Park within Manhattan because I control Manhattan, you control Central Park. And like, it is a tiered system of nobles. It's feudalism. They reinvented feudalism. In the Camarilla, pre-station, aka boons or favors, is a cornerstone currency that they keep together. Yeah. So one of the things is when you're immortal and everyone is rich, what do you do to get stuff moving? It's all favors or boons, as they call it. And basically, if you do something for me, I will say I will owe you a compensatory amount. And depending on who that is, that can be very useful. If I'm the prince and I say, DP, you did a wonderful job, I will give you a minor boon in exchange for your wonderful work. Most of the time, the prince is never going to do that because of how powerful that is. And the prince is just going to expect it. You're doing this because I'm letting you live on my land. But if just random, like kindred says, hey, I'm giving you a minor boon, thank you for the help, that's not that bad. But you generally need someone to like verify that, to notarize it, so to speak. Are you just expected to know exactly how to get in touch with the local prince? It is expected that, for instance, if I roll up to Chicago, I should have some means of knowing how to find kindred, and assuming it is a kindred, assuming it is a Camarilla controlled city, which Chicago is not. Chicago is Sabbat controlled. They'll either find me or I will ask around and find the prince. Similarly, if I'm going to Chicago, if I ask the Prince of New York, hey, I'm going to Chicago, do you have any information about the Prince of Chicago? The Prince of New York will be like, yeah, I know the Prince of Chicago has domain and holds Elysium every second Saturday at this one club, right? So then I know the second Saturday of every month, I have to go to this club, present myself to the prince, say, hey, I'm on your land. Am I allowed to stay here for X amount of time? I will abide by your rules and I respect your authority. And then the prince is expected. This is not really like, it's like a social obligation more than anything. The prince is expected to say, yes, I will give you for your time here this block of land. You're allowed to feed there. You're allowed to do with the mortals that which you wish, so long as you uphold the tenets, so long as you respect the authority of myself and all others above you. And then you're expected to say, thank you so much. I will abide by your authority. Your wish is my command. Do anything, like tell me to do anything and I will do it. And then that's kind of like the social back and forth, right? It's expected. I show up to a new city. The prince gives me a small slice of land for the time being. And then I graciously accept and offer my services in exchange. Like that's the kind of social graces. It's normalized for the Camarilla. The anarchs, meanwhile, might roll up to a city and just like sit down on a location and just start feeding. And if I'm the baron of that location, I might reach out to you and be like, hey, you realize you're in my turf, right? And then you might say, I didn't realize. I'm not trying to start any fights. I was just hungry and I'm going to move to the next city tomorrow. And then I, as the baron, will be like, cool. If you're traveling, let me know what's going on first. And then that's more informal. It's more ad hoc, so to speak. Yeah. So Cain is first generation. So the big ones are Cain is first because he was the first vampire. The second are all dead. They died in the second city. Basically, like the biblical flood killed them. The antediluvians are the third gen. None of them have been seen, and the Camarilla officially denies they exist. But they are said to be uber super powerful. They sleep beneath the ground. One day they will rise and take over the world, blah, 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 blah. All that. The 4th gen are the Methuselahs. And these are the ones where... Excuse me, my voice cut out. Or that was a hiccup, rather. 4th gen are the Methuselahs. These are the generation where they are the lowest generation, the closest to Cain, that have canonically been seen in like 1,000 years, right? At the turn of the century, in like 1999, this was a huge, big plot event for the World of Darkness. Many things happened. To give you a brief summary, the Methuselah, so 4th generation of Clan Ravnos, or was this the 3rd gen? Okay, so I was a generation off then. Never mind. See, DP's got me. The 3rd gen is also the origin of the clans. All of the clans can trace back their lineage to the 3rd gen. The 4th gen are the ones that are most active. Well, yeah, or were they? Question marks. Who knows? I got my generation mixed up. So the 3rd gen is the oldest anyone has ever seen canonically. And it was a world-shaking event. The 4th gen were active members up until like 1,000 years ago. Generally, they're not seen. But they're not going to like destroy the world if they awaken. Yeah. And also Salubri. But, the 3rd generation Ravnos woke up and killed 90% of its clan instantly. Like, if you were a Ravnos, which is one of the clans, if you're a vampire, you're living your own life, you're feeding on some mortals, you're walking around, boop-a-doo, and then you just get Thanos snapped because your great grandpappy woke up and was not happy. There was a massive psychic disturbance off planet that messed with all of the mages. There was a tempest in the underworld, which was either caused by or prompted the various leaders of the underworld, at least in the Western underworld, to unleash the ghost of Fat Man and Little Boy, the 2 nukes that were used on Japan during World War II, to use the ghosts of those nukes on the underworld, where then the mythological Charon, the boatman, came back to fight against the coup d'etat that was happening in the underworld, in the Eastern underworld, at least in the like African underworld. There was a massive sandstorm that destroyed all of the mummies. And now all of these mummies that had been walking the world for thousands of years and accruing experience and going through a cycle of revival now were fragmented souls that had to bond with humans. The apocalypse happened with werewolves because climate change. Although the apocalypse had been happening for a while. Yeah, nukes have ghosts. So this is just a couple things that happened in good old 99. No. So in the underworld, in Wraith, in Wraith the Oblivion, everything that has memories lives on in the underworld. And the more it's forgotten, the deeper into the underworld it falls. The deeper and more obscure and the more esoteric regions of the underworld it falls, until eventually it hits the labyrinth, which is basically like a liminal space. It's like the back rooms, basically. It's a fusion of all of these different forgotten places all smushed together, circling the drain that is Oblivion, i.e. entropy, i.e. the end of all things. It is a black hole of memory. So in the underworld, if people remember something, it's going to remain there even if it doesn't exist in the real world. So for instance, the Twin Towers are massive in the underworld because so many people in the real world remember and honor and refuse to forget the Twin Towers and 9/11, and it's a large part of modern American culture. Basically anything that like the Library of Alexandria still exists in the underworld. So many different places, like the holy temples in Jerusalem, for instance, like even those that were destroyed. Like all of these places of historical, cultural, religious significance are all remembered in the real world, so they all exist in the underworld. People haven't really forgotten what happened in World War II. So a lot of people still remember stuff like the bombs that ended the Pacific Theater. So they are still in the underworld. So in the underworld, in the Kingdom of Iron, which is basically where all of the Western wraiths go, those from the Americas, those from Europe, primarily those from a Eurocentric worldview. Because just because you live and die in America does not mean you have an American or European worldview. You may have immigrated from another country. You might have cultural ties to another country. You might go to that other underworld that is more closely aligned with your spirit belief and like frame of mind. In here, it's led by Charon, who I mentioned before, but he's been like an absentee leader for like hundreds of years. And he has a series of legions of the dead, which are all based off of how you died. So for instance, the Emerald Legion, led by the Emerald Lord, is, or it might be verdant, I don't know, they're green, is those who died by accident. Meanwhile, the Grim Legion, led by the Smiling Lord, is those who died by violence. And as you might wonder, if someone crashes their car into me and I die, do I go to the Emerald Legion or the Grim Legion? Because that's an accident, but it was violent. And then that's where you hit into legions kind of jockeying for power, legions taking wraiths that would go into another one and being like, no, they go in ours. We're taking them. Basically, it's whatever the Reaper who finds you when you wind up in the underworld, it's up to them to decide where you go, and each Reaper has their own personal biases and agendas. So the Smiling Lord with the Grim Legion led a coup d'etat and used the nukes of Fat Man and Little Boy on the Kingdom of Iron, which caused the 6th, I believe, Tempest, and completely swelled Oblivion, that like black hole at the center of the underworld, and basically fed it more and more and more and more, and like destroyed a bunch of memories of stuff, annihilated the essence of a bunch of wraiths. It was don't worry, it all got calmer. That's absolutely a lie, but we can pretend like it did. The reason all this happened in 99 is because that was, in real life, the year that they shifted focus from really high scale, we're going to have an awakening antediluvian and like extraplanar hopping with mages and like the underworld where Oblivion is growing. And we're going to kind of pull it back to go back more towards like street level stuff. And they've continued that with V5. Vroom, vroom. All I can think of is Charon from just chilling. Yeah, that's probably what he's doing. The reason he's been an absentee leader is because he's just been playing Hades. Like, oh, Charon, mate. Great talk we had. Y2K is real, shaking my head. Okay, so I've been going for just about 5 hours. Let me read through the rest of these questions, and then I think I'm going to wrap up because I've been making an effort to stream less amount of time because I feel like people kind of get tapped out after like 5-6 hours. So, or like 4 or 5 hours really. I usually go like 7-8 hours, but I'm trying like a 5-6 hour schedule. So I'm going to read some more questions. You drop any more in the questions Q&A if you have any. Again, they can be about me. They can be about World of Darkness. They can be about TTRPGs, VTubing, content creation, my personal life, whatever you want. I'm good to answer. Have you heard of or watched Hunter the Parenting, which is a Hunter the Reckoning animation series by Bruva Alfazwa? It's a fun watch. I've heard of it. I know it's by the same folks that made If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device. I have not watched it. I was honestly kind of shocked to learn that because Hunter the Reckoning is a system where I was not expecting like a comedy-oriented YouTube series to like be based on like pivot to that, but apparently it's really good. I have not watched it though. Do you have a character concept you want to play in any TTRPG but I haven't had the chance to? I have a couple. The main one I've been thinking right now is what got you into Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, the topic shuffle makes my attention span refresh very nice. That's why so many people just say this is like just an ADHD stream, because I will just yap constantly. I feel like that after the whole discussion, I'm going to hyperfixate on World of Darkness for the next week. That's the thing. I don't count hyperfixations as lasting for like a week or whatever. I only count them if they last for more, because I have so many things that like I'm just down to be obsessed with it for like a week and then I pivot. But like Marvel Rivals, for instance, is one that like I've had just on the back burner. Like I've had times where I'll play a game nonstop for like weeks and weeks, and then I just get sick of it and stop. I'm going to hit that with Marvel Rivals eventually, but I think part of why it's lasted so long is I'm not able to play it as much as I want to. I'm constantly having to stop myself so I can edit. I'm constantly having to stream other things. So I will say that was a little bit what happened with Kane as well, though a little bit in reverse, where I was kind of focused on Kane, but I wasn't able to do much with it, so it kind of passed. But it lasted for a good couple weeks, I think, because I kept talking about it like once a week, right? What was I talking about? Oh, character concept. Staying with the World of Darkness, I have a Vampire the Masquerade character I want to play, which I've been talking with my roommate about this. Basically, once I wrap up Werewolf, the story 1 with my roommate, we're either going to jump right into story 2, because I already have notes on what to do for that, which I want to make a video where I just talk about what's been going on in my werewolf game. But I don't know if I want to do that on stream or if I want to like make a dedicated video for that. Just kind of like give the full like year to date what's been going on in that game. I want to play as I scroll up to see the spelling of Zimitzi, because I don't know. I've talked about this character before on stream, but I haven't gotten a chance to play them. So Zimiski. I want to play a Zimitzi who is Sabbat aligned, but they are open to working with anyone. They are like a information broker. Their whole deal is finding out they basically like are the face of a Nosferatu spy network. And their whole deal is that they believe themselves to be perfect. And they want to like strive for ever greater perfection. So the way this is manifesting is that they have a collection they have a herd of like servants, like people who work their house, like a maid and a chef and like a groundskeeper and all this stuff. And they are a cleaver, which is a feeding type where it relies on manipulating people who trust you, which is where they get their herd from. So they manipulate their help to effectively do. They have all of them are bloodbound, all of them are ghouls, and they basically say, "Hey, you are the groundskeeper. You should stay physically fit. You should be working on cardio and strength, and you should be the most like Adonis looking individual on this property because that would make me happy. And then they go and do that. Like they go to the gym and then like they do a diet plan and they do all this stuff. They shape their own body, and with flesh crafting, vicissitude, they get shaped to look perfect and act perfect and be perfect. And then the cook needs to be someone who, oh no, you shouldn't be worrying about physical fitness. You should be working about your culinary skills. You should be working on ensuring you are a master of culinary skills. So then they get encouraged to just spend all of their time cooking and mixing recipes and expanding their culture and maybe developing language because they need to be multicultural to truly understand the cuisine. And then the musician of the house is someone who needs to just put all of their time and energy into learning all of these instruments. And basically they push their health to the point of unhealthy breaking points and stop right before reaching that point. And that is perfect. And so this Tzimisce only feeds off of their perfect herd because anything else would sully their own blood. Anything else would be tainting the perfect system that they have going. And their goal on a macro level is to be like an information broker. Their goal on a personal micro level is to achieve Golconda, which you might be wondering, like, wait, how can someone who is so obviously malicious and evil and gaslighting and horrible reach Golconda? Because some individuals, I believe it's the Master of Ravens, perceives Golconda, the ability for a vampire to walk in sunlight without harm, as not some sort of retaining of your humanity, but instead as being the apex predator, having the perfect fusion of beast and mentality. So it's the idea that like they follow the path of, I think it's strength and inner voice, where it's all about hierarchy, it's all about being obeyed, asserting control, and they want to make their own perfect ecosystem where they are at its center and they just kind of like ascend to a higher level of vampirism by ensuring everything around them is its perfect diorama. And I understand as a player, Master of Ravens, you mean Handler Walter? Walter. You can't just go and walk in the sun, Walter. You're a vampire, Walter. And I just love the idea of playing this character who is playing with fire. They are a Tzimisce, Sabbat loyalist who is working with the Anarchs, who's working with the Camarilla, who's working with werewolves, changelings, whoever approaches them looking for information. This character will just say, hey, give me information, I'll give you some back. Wouldn't a vampire walking in sunlight cause a break and collapse in the ecosystem for vampires? Yes. Yeah, so Golconda refers to the mythical state of vampiric enlightenment, which is a harmonious balance between one's humanity and the beast. In every vampire, there's the beast that you have to fight against, which this is your base desire to feed, kill, maim, drink blood. Like, forget morals, forget humanity, forget who you were. You are a creature of the night. You must prey upon humans as a creature of the night does. And most vampires struggle to maintain their humanity. And the inevitable path of any vampire is that over centuries, their beast gets stronger and stronger and stronger, whereas their humanity gets weaker and weaker and weaker, until eventually they succumb to their beast, they become a wight, they undergo the wassail, and they are no longer sentient. That is the ultimate fate of every vampire. However, some believe that by retaining your humanity and having it triumph over the beast, you can reach enlightenment, Golconda. You can squash the beast, completely remove it from your existence. You are a vampire, you're a bloodsucker, but you are not a monster. By retaining your humanity, you can walk in the sun. You can be as the humans do. Others believe you have to have perfect, razor thin, if anything upsets the balance, you will no longer be able to achieve it, harmony between the beast and humanity. You need to be in equal parts a monster and a person. You need to perfectly feed the beast while being in control of it. And others still think humanity is weakness. You need to feed the beast without submitting to it. You need to control and master and abuse the beast until it comes to heel. And therefore you will become the ultimate apex predator, and even the sun will not stop you. Those are generally the 3 different thought processes behind Golconda. Most people, most kindred think it's the former. Think it is, oh, if you're so human, you can walk in the sun as humans do, because there are mechanical benefits to retaining your humanity, being moral, being a good person. Nagaraja were Indian death mages of the Chakravanti tradition who used necromancy to become immortal and learned from a mummy to become a bloodline using ministry, blood magic. Yeah, and that's the thing. The way World of Darkness fuses the different systems is super cool to me. The way World of Darkness is just like, hey, House Tremere used to be mages. And they're looked down upon and distrusted by other kindred because 1400 years ago, a human, independent of like being turned into a vampire. Yeah. Oh, the Kue Jin, which have not been around in like 20 years since Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so Libri learned how to reach Golconda from the Kindred of the East. Very much a, not quite a white savior, but in a Westerner goes to the East, learns about Eastern philosophy and like how that's actually the true way the world works. And those exotic cultures are so spiritually enlightened by virtue of being different from us. And then they come back enlightened, which is not the best look. I'm not gonna lie. It's Orientalism is what it is. And that's not good for anyone, really. People want company by nature. Some people want to have someone who can relate to their problems in your child or can earn your respect. What will be the goal of creating kindreds? It's worse for feeding and not too much of humanity's move either, since immortality is a curse. Doesn't have the worst of both halves. So it is the worst of both halves. And that's the point. The point of Vampire the Masquerade is that being a kindred sucks. And most members of the Camarilla, most vampires that have been a vampire for more than like 100 years, delude themselves into thinking, oh, I'm better than humans. It doesn't matter that I can't see the sun because I have superpowers. I live forever. I can do whatever I want so long as what I want fulfills very specific societal needs and doesn't leave me looking weak in front of all of my sharp-toothed fellows. I'm actually free in my birdcage. Thank you very much. That's the mentality that a lot of the Camarilla has. They see it as a gift because to see it for what it actually is would destroy their esteem. The Camarilla is built off of a shared delusion that the curse of Cain is a blessing. And the Sabbat takes that one further, where they don't think it's a blessing, they think that it is their holy duty to exterminate humanity, because they need to usher in the age of kindred. So anarchs are way more inclined to be like, yeah, being a kindred sucks. That's why I just kind of like, I chill out in like my turf. I kill anyone that steps to me, but aside from that, I let them like just live their own life. Mage, the podcast. The Tremere and Order of Hermes are both from Ars Medica. Hunter the Paratine calls the Kuejin Oriental LARPers, and there's a character obsessed with them. That's crazy. The traveler was carrying lots of bags and heavy gold, so I enlightened them by removing that weight. Tremere existed before the game Vampire the Masquerade exists. Tremere was a house from Ars Magica. Oh, interesting. But the reason you'd make a childer is, okay, Eric, in Vampire the Masquerade, something that's very important is that humanity I mentioned before. You also have touchstones. Basically, these are people in your life who connect you to humanity in some way. This is your brother who gets to go to college despite the fact that you never thought your family would have the funding. This is your spouse who thinks you're dead because you're a vampire and who refuses to move on because there's no way you would leave them alone like this. This is the cashier at the grocery store you used to frequent all the time because every single day, no matter how sucky the day was, no matter how many bad people they had, every time you showed up, they gave you a smile and they said, like, pleasure doing business with you. I hope you have a lovely day. And that just inspires you to be better as a person. Whoever it is, you have touchstones. These are people who are important to you. In Vampire, people are more important than vampires. Just blanketly. So, if you're a person who your spouse is still mourning you because they think you're dead, why not just turn them into a vampire? Right? I mean, then you can live together forever. They obviously loved you enough to not like turn their back on you when they thought you were dead. That's true dedication. And then your brother who is going to college, well, maybe you think being a vampire is super cool. So what if you want to show your brother what being a vampire is like? And maybe he can have like superpowers that will help him with college, right? And what if that person who saw you when you were feeding and in a panic you accidentally killed them, but you don't want to kill anyone, so in a last ditch effort to like save their life, you turn them into a vampire so that they can heal from the wounds you inflicted on them. But now you just made a vampire and the prince doesn't allow that. So now you're panicking because now you have this person who up until 5 minutes ago was happy and smiling, and now their heart doesn't pump because they're dead, but they are still moving. And now any member of the Camarilla is going to kill them on sight. Uh-oh. And that's the sort of reason that you would make a childer. Generally, it is, I care for this person, I love this person, I think they'd be a good fit. Let me approach the prince. Prince, do you give me permission to make a childer? The prince usually says no. Because, for exactly the reasons you mentioned, the prince will often say, I do not give you permission to make a childer. We already have, let's say, 50 vampires in this city. This city really only has a capacity for around 60 to 70. I can't make exceptions. We need to think about what's the population of the city's vampire population going to be in 100 years, right? Everyone needs turf large enough that they can cover their tracks while still feeding. I can't let you get us closer to that carrying capacity, because what happens if in 50 years from now, 10 vampires come over from another city because the Camarilla got upset there, got like turned upside down over there, and now we have refugees. We need to think 100 years in advance. Yeah. The Camarilla does not like you siring vampires. Remember those tenants I mentioned earlier that like all of the Camarilla follows broadly? The first one is the Masquerade. That is to say, hide our existence from humans with any means necessary. As long as you can cover your tracks, that's the most important bit. One of the tenets is, if you are showing up in a new city, your first objective is to find the prince or the court, introduce yourself, and say, might I please stay in your city for X time? And the prince will probably say, of course, I give you this slice of land so long as you follow the tenants. And you're expected to go, thank you so much. I am humbled by your generosity. Let me know what I can do for you to repay you for this. That's the social game that gets played. Another one is you're not siring anyone without the prince's permission. But one of my favorite abilities that initially I didn't understand these, they're called lore sheets. And these are basically, if you want your character connected to lore from the world of darkness, you can put points in this to get special bonuses. One of these is the Convention of Thorns. This was the formation of the Camarilla about like 600 years ago, like the 1400s. This is when the Sabbat was formed. This is when the Anarchs were formed. This is when all the clans split apart. The Camarilla with the Tenants and the Masquerade was formed. This was on the tails of like the proper Inquisition. You can be connected to the Convention of Thorns, where either you, or if you're too young, your sire was present. And one of the abilities you can get, which one of my favorite that I've seen so far, you know a tenant that was being discussed but did not make it through the voting phase and therefore has legitimacy and evidence but was not formalized in the Camarilla. So once per chronicle, i.e. once per campaign, once per character, if you take this ability, when dealing with the Camarilla and a prince, you can bring this tenant up to the prince. You can say, here is what it said, here's why they said it, here's all of the people who were involved, here's the evidence supporting its legitimacy, here's why I think it's a good idea. And the ability specifies the prince and court are under no obligation to give this to you. However, they will hear what you have to say without prior judgment. Even if you're an anarch, even if you're a member of the Sabbat, if you have this ability and you approach the Camarilla court of Luxembourg, wait, that's a country, right? That's not a city. Is Luxembourg a city or country? Luxembourg. I thought it was a city. Okay, so it is a city. Wait, it's a country? No. Luxembourg City is the city. That's what it was. That's why I was confused. It's both, yeah. So if you approach the court of Luxembourg City, I'm trying to not just use like always American cities because I have an international audience. The world of Vampire is international. If you approach the court of Luxembourg City and you as a member of the Sabbat say, hey, I understand that there are, I think it's 7 tenants. I propose, because my sire was present at the Convention of Thorns and was one of the signatories for this 8th tenant that did not make it through, you institute the 8th tenant that, and then the game says, the ability says like, and then propose a tenant. But make sure it's one that would line up with the other tenants. So for instance, one is, no kindred shall ever have more than one childer. Inflicting the final death on a caitiff is never punishable. Members of a high clan members of a high clan are always allowed to use domination disciplines on members of low clans without consequence. Which there are different clans that are considered high clans, low clans. Whatever it is, you get to just come up with it, and you have to give a real sales pitch to this Camarilla court. But all of the evidence, all of the hard work is like all of the ratification and all of the signatories are 600 years old. You don't need to worry about that. It already has legitimacy. It just needs to be okayed by the prince. However, just because you have this ability doesn't mean it's going to work. You can also use this ability as an in to do something else. You can use this to like have an audience with the entire court, and while you're stalling them, while you're filibustering with trying to get this 8th tenant passed, the rest of your coterie, your party, your group are all off doing something else, knowing the court is busy. You can get creative with it. And that's the sort of abilities I love. Among the ranks of New York, New York, Mexico, Mexico, Oklahoma, Oklahoma, and Buffalo, 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 Buffalo. Yeah, but most of Revenant bloodlines are Zamiti, if I recall. Revenants are not in V5. However, they are effectively humans that Zamitsi used eugenics and just a little bit of flesh crafting and like vitae to basically become somewhere between human and ghoul. I think it goes human, then ghoul, human, then a revenant, then ghoul, then kindred. Where revenants are effectively like humans plus, where ghouls are like humans plus plus, and then kindred are humans plus plus plus, is my understanding. Thou shalt not reveal thy nature, masquerade, respect another's territory and authority, domain, sire only with permission, progeny, be responsible for your childer until released, accounting, i.e. if you make a childer, you're responsible for their actions until they turn 18, and by 18 is whenever the prince says, okay, they are no longer your responsibility. Announce yourself in 4 domains, hospitality, destroy kindred only with elder/prince approval. That is, you cannot kill other kindred unless it's a blood hunt. Unless they are members of the Sabbat. Unless they are blah, blah, blah. I even think there's no self-defense rule. I even think there is no, like, oh, this member of the Camarillo was coming at me, so I defended myself. I don't think that would work. You would have to, like, prove yourself and plead your case to the prince directly. There are more in-between of ghoul and kindred that make their own vitae. So maybe, I think what it is, basically it's revenants are more than human, but they are their own distinct thing. They are like eugenics, they are flesh crafted. I think probably it involves a lot of ghouling in like, so like you have 2 ghouls make a baby. The baby is not a revenant, but is closer to a revenant than just a normal human. And then you have 2 children of ghouls who then become ghouled, who then have a kid, and then you have a revenant. Like, it's the sort of deal where it's tiers of influence. To be fair, it's pretty hard to kill a vampire, not torpor them first. That is true. Although in LA by Night, it is funny because at one point, and this is spoilers, at one point, the sheriff arrives. And the sheriff is basically like exactly what it sounds like. It is the peacekeeper, the law officer, the hand of the prince. And Jasper, who's Nosferatu, sneaks up behind it, has a magic sword, like an enchanted blade, that he uses to try to cut off the sheriff's head and to decapitate a kindred. I think you need 10 plus successes. He got like 11 or 12. So he just instantly decapitates the sheriff, doesn't go into torpor, doesn't knock him out, nothing. Just instant decapitation, kills him. Jasper got mad knife skills in that scene. Yeah. Jasper was so cool. And like learning Jasper's history was so interesting because it was such a nothing burger in the best way. It was such a, that adds such interest to what was already like an at its face already interesting character. LA by Night is by far my favorite actual play series I have watched, and that is with the caveat that for years I hyper fixated on Critical Role Campaign 1. LA by Night, I don't know if I hyperfixated on it, but I certainly love it. So the goal as a vampire in Vampire the Masquerade would be to persevere, live through the hunger, endure through guilt, pretend through ranks, and give yourself as much convenience in your eternity as you can. Yeah, basically. The goal... So Vampire the Masquerade is stated as a game of personal horror. There are kindred who will try to climb the Camarilla ladder. They want to be prince. There are Camarilla who want to get as strong as possible. They want to increase their blood potency and diabolarize their opposition. There are kindred who want to just be quiet. Go off to their little domain, drink once a night, indulge in pleasure, and read books. Maybe learn guitar. Like, just spend eternity in quiet contemplation away from everything. And the main thing is that track of humanity I mentioned earlier, that is why it's a game of personal horror. It doesn't matter if you're stabbing people in the back doing politics. It doesn't matter if you're quietly sitting back at home with your loved ones who you have convinced you're still alive, but you feed on them when they don't realize. It doesn't matter what you do. Your humanity, your connection to the human world goes down and down and down till eventually you're just not even human anymore. Which, you're not human. You're a monster. But then you start thinking like a monster, and that's when it gets crazy. Okay, let's end the Q&A. It has been just about 5.5 hours. Goodness gracious. Oof. Oof. I think I might wrap up soon, unless anyone else has any specific questions they have. Because, all right, I have a short that just came out. Let me grab that. That bit seemed like a highlight for a short right there. Oh, the personal horror bit? Well, y'all can clip. And I will say, the more you clip, the easier it is for me to make highlights, because then I don't have to scrub through my own VOD. So, your goal is what you make of it. A lot of vamps have a goal. It's just fun, hedonism, some with pure power. According to Libre de Ghoul, it takes 3 thaumaturgical rituals to create a revenant bloodline. Interesting. All right, well, I think with that, I'm going to wrap up. And with the yummers in the background, my voice is kind of going. I hope you all have a lovely day, night, evening, whatever. Take care of yourself. Check out the YouTube video I just posted. If you are not on the Discord, it is in the description of this video. Yummers. And look out for more content coming in the next few days. Tomorrow is going to be a Lancer Mech video. I need to double check Patreon. If you are not aware, on Patreon, if you subscribe at the only tier I have, $5 a month, you are able to vote for which Lancer mech frame gets posted next. So hop on over to Patreon if you want to contribute to that. Otherwise, be on the lookout for more content this upcoming week. I hope to get out a long form video. Probably not this upcoming Monday, maybe the Monday after. I don't know. I want to get out another long form video, non-short, in the next couple of weeks. So talk about that on the Discord, and have a lovely, lovely day. Mech video, pog! Enjoy. Yes, and thank you for sticking around, everyone. It was only a great stream because y'all were so engaged and asking questions and having a fun time. I love these yapping streams, so thank you if you were here chatting. Thank you if you were here lurking. Thank you if you were here watching the VOD. I appreciate it, and have a nice day.